Good day, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Viper S of Viperland, and I am back here in 428 Shibuya Scramble, hoping that tonight is going to be the night we're going to finish it. Mostly because I've already planned for tomorrow night's stream. If things go wrong, if this game ends up being even longer than I think it is, we'll just finish it tomorrow. I have tomorrow set for Super Over Wars, but in the event we don't finish this, it'll be tomorrow. Also, hello to Mitz and Mister. Welcome both of you to Viperland in the chat. So the way we left off last night was a dead end for everyone except Kano. So we're going to hit up Kano's story and go from there because he's going to have the jump point that we need. When Orikawa's got end, he's done. Osawa's done. Maria's done. Teteno's at a keep out, so we need a jump point. And Aki's also at a jump point. So if I were to guess, Kano has to jump to Teteno. Just timing-wise, it just makes sense. Kano has to jump to Teteno at some point, and then Teteno maybe jumps to Aki? I don't know. That's my guess, but either way, we have to go from here. We were gonna do Kano's story, but we hit that point where it's like, wait, who are we jumping to? And we couldn't not make the jump. Just couldn't. So yeah, well, that's how that went down. I'll leave the rest to you. Teteno took one last look over his shoulder before finally leaving the workroom. Yeah, that's where we jumped from, so even after Teteno disappeared from view, Kano remained for a long time at attention, his fingertips pressed to his temple. He squeezed his eyes shut, but still the tears he'd been holding back poured down his cheeks. Baldur's Gate 3 today, there will be all new information about release date tomorrow. Oh, cool. I'd never really spent any time with 1 or 2, though I know they are beloved games. So, cool. There were only 30 minutes remaining until the time when Alphared had told them Hitomi should be at the Scramble. They needed to get ready for action. Is the surveillance camera system still up? Kano asked. Yeah, Daisuke replied. It looks like what happened earlier was just a temporary hacking job. Temporary, yeah, I'm sure they don't have access to your stuff at all, I'm sure. No. Then will you help us? I feel like if I was going to play a game in that vein, I would just play Divinity 2 at this rate. Like, they're the same genre of game, and like Divinity has all the pros of being also well received, more modern, so like, you know, a little more polished, a little more refined, and clearly no slouch in the quality and quantity of game department. Then will you help us? Daisuke inclined his head up. What do you mean? I'd like you to keep your eye on the Scramble for us. If anyone suspicious tries to get near Hitomi, let us know. Anyone suspicious? How will I know what's suspicious? Like that organ trafficker who suggested you kidnap Hitomi, Mr. Endo. It's possible that he might be Alphared. Yeah. I still don't think that would be him, but who knows? We know he's super smart, but we don't know how much he puts himself physically into the plans he makes. Would he be able to recognize his face? Daisuke furrowed his brow deeply as he began entering commands on his keyboard. Yeah, don't think I could ever forget. It's because of him that I left the rest unsaid. A moment later, several of the monitors switched over to feeds from around the Scramble. Alright, Daisuke squinted at the images. I'm not sure how much help I can be, but let me at least try to atone for what I've done. Of course, and thank you. They do only update every few seconds, but you got enough cameras, you know. Daisuke's fingers flew over the keyboard, and soon all of the monitors were focused on the Scramble and its surroundings. Then he carefully adjusted the angle and zoom for each of the cameras. Now the whole area was under total surveillance. All they had to do was get their stakeout crew to the scene. Where did Aki go? Kano asked Hitomi. I'm not totally sure, but I think he went to find some of his old friends. Hitomi sounded worried. Friends? Aki used to belong to a gang called SOS. Actually, he told me he was the one who formed the gang in the first place. What? Kano couldn't keep the shock from his voice. Aki was the founder of SOS? How bizarre that the two of them would wind up meeting each other this way. Yeah, right? But I guess there was a big falling out between them. So I think he went to try and win them back over. Kano hadn't heard anything good about SOS since Aki had left them. things had ended on bad terms between him and the gang. Getting them to help might well be a lost cause, you'd think, but we did it. And even if Aki was able to gather some people up, how much would Kano and the others be able to trust them? It'll be alright, Hitomi said, as if sensing Kano's thoughts. I'm sure Aki will bring back some of his old friends. And when he does bring them, I'm sure he'll choose people we can count on. You really trust him, don't you? Yes, Hitomi said without hesitation. Then a blush came to her cheeks. Alright, then I'll trust him too. It would take about 10 minutes to get from Endo Electronics to the Scramble. Kano turned to Stanley. Let's plan to head out by 6:50. Stanley gave no reply. He had withdrawn to the edge of the room, where he stood lost in thought, his expression uneasy. Kano decided to leave him alone for a bit. Taking a sheet of paper from one of the desks, he began drafting a plan for positioning Aki's reinforcements around the Scramble. Alright, there we go. In about 5 minutes, he had drawn up a little map of the optimal places to deploy the team. Even though he didn't know how many people were coming, I figured knowing the numbers might help, but you know, be smart, it's adjustable. Delicious. It included positions for as many as 20 people Aki might bring back. There you go, okay. Kano turned around, surprised to find Stanley right behind him all of a sudden. The American looked haggard. Is something the matter? Kano asked. You need to go to the Scramble without me. I don't want him to be suspicious, but also... What? Where's this coming from all of a sudden? I'm gonna guess... Again, all we really know of Alpharad is foreign, has ties to the CIA. We also know Stanley is in the CIA. It's possible he's worried that, like, Alpharad would recognize him, but it's also he's acting suspicious. Please, don't ask me to explain. Something else has come up and I have to see to it. Still suspicious, but like, what else could come up that is bigger than his literal only job that he was sent here to do? Sweat beaded on Stanley's brow. Whatever had happened, Kano had no doubt it was something major. And almost certainly... Also, hey, Sir Jude, welcome to Viperland in the chat, how you doing tonight? And almost certainly it had something to do with Alpharad. That's the Hope Potions. Also, hello and welcome as well. Stanley has just said he ain't coming to the Scramble with us, and don't ask him why, something important came up. Stanley, Kano said, please tell me we're past the point of... He also said, don't ask me, it's major. I understand. I wanna say A, but I absolutely believe Kano would pick B. I wanna know really bad. But I'm also like 100% sure Kano would pick B. I think it's the right answer, and I also think it's the in-character answer, so we're going with it. I understand. Do what you have to do, and come back soon. I'm sorry, I wish I could tell you more. It's alright. I'll find a way to get by. Kano had a vague idea of what Stanley was up to. He probably felt he needed to keep things hidden, even from his own allies, in order to help keep Alpharad in the dark. Or at least, that was Kano's guess. This was no ordinary opponent they were up against. Keeping secrets even amongst friends wasn't necessarily a bad call. Kano, promise me one thing. What's that? Also, hey Sor, how you doing tonight? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Once this is all over, you'll go have a beer with me. Sure. Alright. Kano couldn't help but smile. That's a promise now, remember? The promise these two made just now mirrors another made by a certain pair of brothers in the past. Once this is all tidied up, I'm gonna need a drink. Let's you and me have a beer together. That was what the younger brother said, and the older brother still feels the pain of that promise going unfulfilled. Game? Game, you gotta stop this, man. You gotta stop this. We gotta do it, right? It goes back 40 minutes. We gotta do it. We have to. We can't not do that jump. Yeah, right now we do. Oh, man. It was 6 o'clock p.m. Alpharad had contacted the motley team at Endo Electronics, and the situation had immediately deteriorated. But the new development had also provided them with one big chance. A chance that Alpharad might appear in person at long last. Alright, I had my AC off all day because it was actually kind of nice out, but now I'm not getting a breeze, and between the computer and the PS4 it's heating up in here, so give me 1 second, I'm just going to close the window and turn on my AC. Just 1 second. Yeah, it's adding characters as we're removing them, but it's also not, or as we're ending stories, but it's not removing anything from the wheel or overlapping or anything. It's just making the wheel bigger, yo. It's, kinda crazy. You did fine. Jack Stanley set his hand on Kano's shoulder. A weak smile came to the detective's face. The 11th hour Rangers over here? Yeah, basically. Stanley paused, unexpectedly moved. For that one moment, he saw in Kano the image of his younger brother, Frank. Jack, you have to get everyone to a safe place right away. Frank's nervous shout echoed throughout the hotel lobby. Stanley's younger brother was a member of the bomb and arson squad. We get in flashbacks, yo. Subsection of the Chicago Police Department's Bureau of Investigative Services that handles investigation of bomb and arson-related cases. This was 2 years ago. The CIA had obtained intel that Alpharad was targeting a high-class hotel in Chicago for a terror attack. I don't know why I can't talk tonight or read. Well, we pushing through. Stanley and his team had searched the hotel interior and had discovered the bomb set inside a large planter. When Frank arrived at the scene and saw the explosive, his expression grew grim. The detonation trigger is set in the worst possible place. It's going to be a bastard to remove it. In that case, you need to get out of here too, Frank, Stanley said. No, I need to make sure I can figure out how this thing is set up so the disposal unit knows what to do when they get here. I'll be alright. Look, you can probably see it from back there. Stanley could indeed see the small explosive from where he stood. It was held in place by several screws. The timer had just ticked down past the 30-minute mark. There's plenty of time left for the disposal guys to get here. Jack, I need you to help finish evacuating the building. There are a lot of people who haven't gotten out yet. But, Stanley hesitated. From a cold and logical perspective, Frank was right. He had a job to do, and if Stanley listened to his personal feelings and tried to usher his people out of there, a lot of innocent people might die. Alright, he said. I understand. Heck, if we had something as simple as some dry ice, we could just freeze this thing. Frank grimaced as he eyed the bomb. Dry ice, huh? I don't suppose ice cream would do the trick. Nah, that would be a waste of ice cream. You'd be better off just eating it. Of course, even dry ice would be a long shot in place of actual liquid nitrogen. The brothers looked at one another, and for a moment the tension dissolved into laughter. Alright, Stanley said. I'll be back. Hey Jack, once this is all tidied up, I'm gonna need a drink. Let's you and me have a beer together. Sure, you got it. Stanley headed for the hotel lobby, which was still overflowing with guests. Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine, said Jude. Nothing bad will happen here. You made the right choice here. Stanley gave Kano a thump on the back, and the detective cracked a tiny grin. What about my choices, though? Debating his own next move, Stanley stepped away from the others and took out a cell phone. He made a call to his superior, Gordon. Now we get to see things, or hear things, from his side. "It's me," he said. "What's the situation?" "I hear the Japanese police want to put Maria Osawa under quarantine. I'm assuming that's on your orders, sir?" "It is. There are too many important people in Shibuya. We can't allow that virus to get loose. Besides, we now know that Alpharad is after Hitomi Osawa. There's no reason to leave Maria at large any longer. If you put Maria Osawa under quarantine, she is going to die. I know that, but there will be far fewer victims as a result." Gordon's words made something inside Stanley snap. In that moment, he lost any inclination to report that he was with Maria. Failure to do so would be dereliction of duty on his part. He knew that well enough. He knew it, but the fact couldn't overcome his revulsion at Gordon's callous attitude towards Maria. "Victims are still victims," he said. "What was that?" "Nothing, sir. I'll continue my operation to apprehend Alpharad." Stanley hung up the phone. He didn't care if his superiors took action against them once this was all over. They intended to sacrifice one person in order to save the lives of countless more. From a purely objective standpoint, it was the right call. But what if that person was a loved one? What would they have done then? The dilemma gnawed at the back of Stanley's mind. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was wrong to just accept the lesser of two evils, to sacrifice an innocent for the greater good. No, damn it. He would save that one life, and then save the lives of the many. He needed to find a way to avoid the so-called easy way out, no matter what it took. Hearing now what we've seen from Stanley so far, yeah. Also kind of implies that, like, he might be not as suspicious as we originally thought, because, like, we're seeing his thoughts now, you know. He wasn't about to add a second big regret to his life. Not this time. Saving Maria was the right thing to do. His judgment wasn't wrong, of that he was sure. He reaffirmed that to himself inwardly, over and over. Kano was watching Teteno prepare to depart. The group had put together a reasonable plan of action. Teteno and Canada would head to the lab with Maria and attempt to get the antiviral for her. Stanley would accompany Kano and the others to the Scramble to apprehend Alpharad. See, at this point, he's still like, yeah, I'm going with you. So I'm really like... He's got like a minute to be like, oh no, I can't. It was a two-pronged plan of attack. Still, could they really count on things going as smoothly as Canada had suggested? Hey, 7th, welcome to Viperland in the chat, how you doing tonight? Or it could just be like he's come to a decision or something of like, we have to try a third way. Excuse me. Stanley thought back on her earlier words. Once Alpharad has made contact with Hitomi, call my cell phone. I have plenty of information Alpharad might want to bargain for. I can negotiate with him directly. That meant that getting the password hinged on whatever deal they struck. What sort of things might Alpharad request in exchange? Stanley cast a thoughtful look at Canada. She was helping Teteno to carry Maria out of the room. Stanley doubted she'd answer if he asked just what her bargaining chips were. He held his tongue, watching as she left with the others. Whatever else happened, he needed to focus on capturing Alpharad. He glanced at the monitor displays in the workroom. The disembodied sound of Alpharad's voice from earlier crept back into his mind. I will appear at the rendezvous in person. After all, it wouldn't do for the star of the show to miss the final curtain. Still think that's clearly beyond suspicious. Like, anybody forming a plan would go, maybe I shouldn't reveal myself at the end of this plan. Maybe I should just not. Those words notwithstanding, it seemed absurd that Alpharad would actually show up in the flesh. Yeah, even Stanley's like, no, that's stupid. Nationality, age, sex, so much about the terrorist mastermind was shrouded in mystery. Why would someone who had hidden so well for so long reveal their true identity? And yet, Alpharad had gone out of the way to claim that was precisely what was about to happen. It almost seemed like he'd made turning up in person a major selling point of the deal. I'm looking forward to meeting all of you then. Oh yeah, you do. I don't know whether I hope it's true or I hope it's not, because I don't know the theory, but I'm interested to find out whether it is or not. There was no doubt about it. Alpharad wanted them to expect him on site and in person. So, why would that be? He's using himself as bait to lure me and Canada out. This is a near-perfect opportunity to wipe out the two people who are gunning for him the most. That being the case, how might he attempt to kill me once I'm at the Scramble? Stanley felt a sudden flash of insight. No. Something was off here. His thought process was running well, each deduction logically following from the last. But at a time like this, that could be a very dangerous thing. Alfred may well have anticipated where his logic would lead. Stanley needed to assume that any clue he thought he'd found was something Alfred had left behind on purpose. That's a great way to confuse yourself. Okay, so this means that means this, but I can't trust that this means that means this, because the person might have thought that I was going to think that this means that means this, which means that this really means those and these and why. That's a great way to just go in circles. So maybe the suggestion that their target would come to the scene was a different kind of trap. At the risk of sending himself in circle Stanley decided to rethink the whole case from the ground up. What was the single strangest part of this whole thing? Of the whole case? What is the single strangest part of the whole case? I guess all the interactions, all the things that stemmed from Maria getting amnesia. If for me, in terms of like planning out a case, I feel like it would have been so hard to plan for. It would have been so hard for the plan to continue on the way he planned it, with such a wild inconsistency in the middle, unless he somehow planned for that and moved things along in a way that he wanted it to, which unfortunately would mean that Mr. Bossman is a fairly decent, if we look at it just from that singular point of view and no others, nothing else. That cast a lot of suspicion on Mr. Bossman, because every single time that Tama was like wandering and not really knowing what to do, he showed up and directly or indirectly led her in a direction. That's just me thinking out loud, mind you, though. God, I will be legitimately upset if Mr. Bossman is actually Alpharad. I will actually be upset. Like, if Canada is, I'll be like, oh man, I didn't want that to happen, but like, okay. If Bossman is Alpharad, I'm gonna be actually upset. Ah, there we go. Why had Alpharad put an amateur like Daisuke Endo in charge of the kidnapping? Okay, that works too. I was just thinking my stuff. But yeah, the fact that Daisuke called to Tenno with no further planning or prompting other than that, just the initial seed of like, we could do this, here's a person, if you get her to me, that was all the pushing he needed. Everything else past that was his own, between the cameras and choosing who to try to kidnap her. Sure, being able to get a heart for his daughter gave Daisuke a strong incentive, but there still had to be a reason why he'd been chosen. If the kidnapping had failed, what would have happened then? Of course, this was Alpharad they were dealing with. Maybe the possibility of failure was somehow part of the plan. Hell, Daisuke had managed to accidentally kidnap Maria instead of Hitomi, hadn't he? If Alpharad had gone with a professional, that sort of mix-up would never have happened. And yet, even if that degree of uncertainty was acceptable, or even desirable, using Daisuke seemed like far too big a risk. There must be some other motive for bringing in Daisuke into the plan. Of course, advantage. Using Daisuke must have proven some important advantage that outweighed his flaws. It was the only thing that made sense. Which meant the reason Alpharad had Daisuke carry out the kidnapping was get an alibi to keep destroyed in his secret to carry out some other objective. Gotta be C. Is C or A? I mean, B, everything is to keep destroyed in his secret, but like... my gut says C. I would accept A as well. What are you guys thinking? My gut says C, but it's not so... I'm not so 100% that I'd be like, hitting it, no contest. B or C? Okay. We overlap in C at least. Mainly B. Okay. How would... you'd say C. Kind of feeling C too. Oceans may be mostly B, but we all seem to overlap in C. So I'm going to try C, and if that doesn't work, we'll try out B. Because while I think A is the second best option, I'm curious. But we all at least seem to overlap on C as a possibility, so I'm going to go there. To carry out some other objective. He'd set up the kidnapping, devised the ransom relay, and kept the full attention of the police on that. All the while, Alpharad himself was working towards his true goal, getting Hitomi's blood. Which meant that Daisuke kidnapping Maria by mistake had in fact been a misstep. That was why, in the end, Alpharad had proposed trading the password for Hitomi's blood. No, I think we're going down the wrong way. I don't think kidnapping Maria was a mistake. Like, the more this goes on, I don't think that was a mistake. But, like, how could he have planned for all that? My gut tells me if he's the master planner... I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, C might not have been it. Stanley decided to take it up with the man himself. Mr. Endo, let me ask you something. Did you know Hitomi had a twin sister before the kidnapping? I didn't know. So when did you find out? After I'd had Maria kidnapped, the organ trafficker took one look at her and said I had the wrong girl. Said I was supposed to have abducted the younger one. He never mentioned Hitomi having a twin before this all started? No. If I had known, I've been a lot more careful. Alpharad had certainly known that the Osawa girls were twins. Yeah, that's fair. But despite the added risk that fact implied, he hadn't told Daisuke. There was only one logical conclusion. Daisuke's mistake hadn't been an accident. Alpharad had intended for the wrong sister to get kidnapped. By using an amateur, Alpharad had set up the police to write off Daisuke's kidnapping of the wrong target as a simple misstep. Daisuke had been brought in simply in the name of camouflage? But why? Alpharad was after Hitomi's blood. Daisuke was after Hitomi's heart. They both wanted the same thing, so why target Maria instead? Stanley's train of logic had run out of steam again. Still, he was sure he was on the right track. He just needed to keep following till he found out where this track would lead. Is it possible? Is it possible Alpharad's not after Hitomi's blood? But like, no. Otherwise, none of this really makes sense. Otherwise, why would they have infected Maria the first time to get them to take Maria back to give her the antibodies? They would have just taken Maria then if they needed Maria. So like, yeah, no, you're right. If that's not what he's after, everything falls apart. So that does have to be the end goal. There's definitely something else going on here. There's definitely some sort of... There's way too much extra stuff here if he's a perfect planner. Even assuming he's so perfect, he writes imperfections into it. There's so much roundabout going on. There has to be another loop to it or something? Where's the storeroom where you were keeping Maria? He asked. Daisuke hung his head. It's out behind the shop. Why do you ask? Would you mind showing me? There's something I'd like to check. At this point, he needed to go back over everything, right from the beginning. He followed Daisuke out to the storeroom. Speaking of the storeroom, Daisuke said as they were walking to the back part of the building, there's something I've been wondering about. Just how did Maria manage to escape in the first place? You're certain you locked her in? Stanley asked. Daisuke nodded. At 8 o'clock this morning, the organ trafficker came by to check up on her. I made sure to lock the place back up after he left. I see. That visit must have been when Maria was injected with the UA virus. It makes sense based on our working timeline of when we expected her to go symptomatic. When they got to the storeroom, they spotted the padlock that had held it shut lying broken on the ground. Daisuke picked it up, then opened the storeroom door. Ah, look at this mess. It was obvious immediately that the merchandise had been stolen. I doubt Maria did this, Daisuke said. Maybe some thieves broke in? He made a quick inspection, assessing what had been taken. Some digital cameras and laptop computers were missing. This looks like the work of some local thugs. This kind of thing has happened to me a few times before. Daisuke let out a sigh of exasperation. Stanley, meanwhile, was carefully looking around inside the storeroom. Where did you have Maria Osawa? He asked. Behind those cardboard boxes. The boxes he indicated were piled high, closing off one corner of the room. If Maria were unconscious behind them, the burglars might well have never noticed her. So, Maria was able to escape from the storeroom thanks to the burglars breaking the lock, Stanley mused. Just what impact had that stroke of misfortune had on Alfred's plan, he wondered. What had Alfred planned to do with Maria if nobody had broken in? Gonna kill her? Trade her for Hitomi, maybe. Release her at some later time. There's no reason to wait till later to kill her. I'm going to trade her for Hitomi. I feel like B sounds right. But C also makes at least some amount of sense because you'd want to release her and be like, she's infected. Threat. I don't feel like A makes any sense. C makes sense the more I think about it. My initial idea was B, but no, C makes more sense. To be like, hey, she's out there. There's a threat on the loose. UA virus. Good luck. B and C are my choices, but we'll go with C for now. He was going to release her at some later time. Since he'd gone to the trouble of infecting her with the virus, it only makes sense. And Stanley could only think of one reason to release an infected Maria. To turn Shibuya into ground zero for a pandemic that would sweep through all of Tokyo. A virus with a mortality rate of 100% would have spread throughout the region before anyone even realized it. It would be impossible even to calculate the scope of such a disaster. First it would run the circuit around the Yamanote line, and then, if any of the infected happened to head to the airports at either Haneda or Narita, the virus would spread throughout Japan and the rest of the world in a matter of hours. But that hadn't come to pass. They'd managed to secure Maria before she could develop symptoms and become infectious. Is that because we were better than Alpharad? No, that can't be it. Alpharad wasn't the sort to commit such indiscriminate acts of terror. The threat of the infection spreading, horrific as it was likely just cover to hide some other scheme. But then what was the ultimate goal? Stanley didn't have enough clues to go on. Stanley made his way behind the stack of cardboard boxes. He spotted something that had fallen on the floor. It was a cell phone. Next to it was a woman's handbag. Stanley unzipped it and held a jumble of makeup, tissues, and other personal effects, but nothing at all unusual. If he was going to find any clues here, it would probably have to be from the cell phone. He tried turning it on. There was no response. It appeared to be broken. Let me see that, Daisuke said from behind him. I'll see if I can fix it. You think you can? Stanley asked as he handed it over. I won't know till I try, but that sign out front saying that I run an electronics shop isn't just for show. Yeah, he probably knows his stuff. Turning his attention back to the handbag, Stanley searched it more thoroughly and found a photograph tucked inside that he'd overlooked in his first inspection. If this is a photo of Canada and it doesn't look like the Canada we know, potions will be plus 50 points. What the hell? He stared at the image, God damn it, swallowing the lump in his throat. God damn it. Back to Kano we go! I suppose. Alright, Kano. Got a bad feeling we find out something in Kano's story and then we flash back and see that. Potions may have called this a ways back. But maybe I'm wrong too. Let's see, that's a promise now, remember? And with that, Stanley hurried out of the workroom. Kano glanced at his watch. It was coming up on 6:50. Pretty soon they'd have to head for the Scramble. But Aki still hadn't returned. We need to head out soon, he said to Hitomi. You said 6:50, she replied. There's still 2 more minutes to go. Kano let out a tiny sigh. He shared Hitomi's fervent hope that the reinforcements would come, but not her confidence. If Aki didn't reappear, Kano would be left to protect Hitomi all by himself. And to try and apprehend Alpharad as well. Would he be able to pull it off if it came to that? He'd just have to trust himself to see things through on his own, decided to head to the Scramble with Hitomi right away. Yeah, obviously we know not to do that. Never be able to do it on his own, wait for Aki. We know that's the case, so... No, he'd never be able to do it on his own. He decided to wait for Aki, accepting that they'd be late. The clock kept up its steady ticking. With each minuscule movement of the second hand, Kano felt the tightness growing in his chest. A minute passed. 2 minutes. Time was of the essence. They couldn't keep waiting any longer. Hitomi, I don't like having to do this, but we can't wait any longer. Seeing the look of determination on Kano's face, she gave a tiny, reluctant nod. Okay, there must be a way to get from Aki to here. That was clearly the right choice, because it's a keep out, not a game over. Which means that jump there, that we couldn't do earlier, we can do now. Yeah, so they let us go a little out of order, but they're like, no one person get too far past a point, like, for pretty good reason. Alright, back over we go. We're not sure yet, potions, but like, that could easily be confirmation. Like, we don't know yet, but that could be. Seeing the look of determination, she gave a tiny nod. Her shoulders began to tremble. He told me, "It'll be alright. I'm just a little nervous, that's all." She had a right to be nervous. Alpharad was after the antiviral that she had in her bloodstream. Once he had it, Hitomi would become a liability that he'd want to dispose of. And right now, the only person who could keep her safe was Kano. He clenched his jaw tight and tried to look confident. Please, just try to relax. I'll protect you with my life if I have to. Yeah, or, protecting Hitomi is my job. Aki, you're back! I said I'd see you through to the very end, didn't I? Yeah, you did. Hitomi gazed back at Aki with a grateful reassurance. Ahem. Kano cleared his throat softly, but Aki and Hitomi continued to stare earnestly at one another. Eventually, the tough-looking young man standing behind Aki spoke up. Got 30. Will that be enough? He only planned for 20. Yeah, it's the next time. Yeah, Kano nodded. That'll be fine. More importantly, have you heard what we'll be doing yet? Catch the bad guy, keep Shibuya safe. Same old thing we always do. Yeah. The guy flashed a grin. You got it, Kano said. We'll be counting on you then. With 30-odd people at their disposal, they'd be able to encircle the meeting area no problem. The preparations were all set. It was time to confront Alpharad at least. This is like a great like heist theme too. Like this is a good like planning theme. It's a very like spy movie almost. Alright, detective, Aki shouted, let's do this. Kano gave a firm nod. I don't think we've ever heard this far into the song though, right? It usually cuts off by now. 9 minutes later, 6:59 p.m., Kano and the others were in position around the scramble. Sentai formation. Each subtle tick of the second hand was like a sharp prod to Kano's nerves. His whole body was stiff with tension. They could not let themselves fail. There was too much at stake. Here, now, hundreds of thousands of lives were on the line. Oh, we've got movement. Okay, with Shibuya on lockdown, the area around the scramble had been seized by panic, and there had been multiple traffic collisions. The sidewalks were crowded with scared people, overturned cars and abandoned motorcycles clogged the streets. Ooh. An old school mecha suit-up scene? Oh, that would be good too, yeah. Just all of them go into the G Gundam, like, rubber suit thing. They're all just like, wait, what? No, this is uncomfortable, I hate this. Amidst the chaos, emergency vehicles sped by at furious speeds. But the fire and emergency personnel, and even the police, were short-handed, and the whole of Shibuya had begun to look like a war zone. The main roads had been blocked to normal traffic, and the trains weren't stopping at stations. In effect, the city was in a state of complete shutdown. Kano glanced again at his wristwatch. 6:59 p.m. and 10 seconds. 11 seconds. 12 seconds. 13 seconds. 14 seconds. He scarcely remembered to breathe. Hitomi stood in front of the statue of Hachiko. She wasn't carrying an attaché case this time, but the moment was otherwise a strange mirror of the stakeout at 10 o'clock that morning. More movement. I don't trust any time there's movement, not guys, like, at all. She looked terrified. Yeah, Kano couldn't blame her. The criminals weren't after some case full of money this time. This time, they were out for blood. Her blood. He's right, but also, come on. Kano did a slow scan of the area. No, it's not, is it, Potions? Aki was standing not too far away. His companions were strewn about here and there, carrying on as normal. Here in Shibuya, these guys fit right in with the crowd. And they had the area around Hitomi completely surrounded. Yet again, Kano looked at his watch. 6:59 p.m., 35 seconds, 36, 37, 38, 39. He forced himself to take several deep breaths. He focused on the sound of his own heartbeat and exhaled until all the breath was expelled from his lungs. And then it all started. Kano's cell phone rang. I've got him. It was Daisuke. The organ trafficker who devised the kidnapping. It's him. Where is he? Kano asked. Is he close by? Got him on camera now. He's on the other side of the intersection. Kano looked out across the scramble. If I see a freaking afro towering over the crowd, I'm done. There's so many people that it was hard to tell who was or wasn't suspicious. Can you describe him for me? The tall foreign guy. The one wearing glasses. Tall foreigner. Kano's eyes drifted over the crowd. Oh. Wasn't he the guy that we talked to? Like one of Maria's like teachers or something? We definitely talked to him earlier, right? Aha. There he was. But as he got closer, Kano's eyes went wide. This man was someone he'd met before. Leland Palmer, the lecturer from the English department at Hitomi and Maria's school. I actually remembered his profession, too. Close enough, at least. Is he Alpharad? Palmer was walking right towards Hitomi. Hitomi didn't seem to have noticed him yet. When Kano glanced back at his wristwatch, it was 7 p.m. on the dot. Why would you look away at that rate? But okay. Now the music, though, when Hitomi realized Palmer was approaching her, she was too stunned to react. He walked directly up to her, the corners of his mouth curling up into a smile. "Hello, Hitomi," he said in English. "How are you doing?" "Professor Palmer, what are you doing here?" Hitomi's voice came out in an anxious squeak. "Why? I'm here to take your blood, of course." This time he spoke Japanese, and with an easy fluency totally different from his usual manner of speaking. "I'm the one who injected you with the Ua virus," which makes at least some amount of sense in terms of getting to her without being noticed by anyone. I guess I still don't understand how he'd do it at school, but like, he'd have access to it. I'd been waiting so long for the opportunity to arise. It's been quite agonizing, you know, spending 6 months and more pretending to be a mild-mannered English lecturer. "Professor, you're Alpharad, aren't you?" "Let's get down to business, shall we? I'm still suspicious that Alpharad would show up in person. But I'd much rather it be him than turn out to be like Bossman or something. I still think it's a decoy. I think it's again, I think I referred to it before as like Queen Amidala to Padme, but still gonna be mad if it turns out to be Bossman. Neither of us has much time. Hitomi stiffened. "Please, tell me the laboratory password. After I have your blood. This will only take a few seconds. I've got a device here that will make the extraction quite simple." "No way. The password first." "That would violate the terms we already negotiated." Hitomi and Palmer glared at one another. "Alright," Hitomi said at last. "Why don't you negotiate with Canada instead?" "Canada?" Hitomi took her cell phone out and dialed. But the phone rang repeatedly, and Canada did not pick up. "What's going on?" Hitomi's face went pale. "Come on, Canada." Kano, standing near enough to overhear their conversation, grew increasingly anxious as he watched the pair stare at the phone. Yeah, Canada indeed. What was the right move here? Oh, don't make me choose now. Should he keep waiting? It all hinged on him talking to Canada to get the password. If we rush him now, even if we say he has no weapons on him or anything, and we take him into custody, he ain't telling us that password. He ain't telling us the password. We have to hope for A. We have to. If it gets us a bad end, we'll pick B, but like, with all the info we have to pick A. Because like, we've got like an hour in-game time left. We can't get the password out of him in that time, which is the whole point of this. Excuse me. He had to hope talking with Canada would work out. Kano waited for the call to go through. I don't know who to choose. Here, make a choice, Viper. But Canada never answered. Had something happened to her in Teteno? Kano felt his heart pounding. Now then, shall I take what I came here for? Palmer took a step closer to Hitomi. Kano reacted instinctively. Freeze. He drew his gun and trained it on the criminal. Nearby pedestrians scattered in fear. Seizing the moment, Aki darted in to protect Hitomi. We can go to him, but I want to see how this plays out. Unless it's going to be like, when we're just talking with people and they add a new character, I'll jump over, but like, we gotta see, it's just going to be a keep out in like 2 lines anyway, we know that. Palmer let out a tiny sigh. So you're breaking the terms we agreed upon then. I don't negotiate with terrorists. Kano inched his way closer, his point of aim never wavering. Hitomi, he shouted, call Canada again. Again, Hitomi dialed her cell phone. Palmer opened the attaché case he was carrying. One more move and I shoot, Kano shouted. But the terrorist ignored the warning, producing a set of small glass vials from within the case. Oh, that's gonna be bad. If you want to shoot me, then shoot me, he said. Assuming you don't mind this getting scattered about. Is that... Surely you don't need me to explain. Stanley was right. Alpharad had weaponized the virus. Doing his best to conceal his horror, Kano tried to sound defiant. How can I even know that's real? Oh, he absolutely can do B. I mean, neither one is gonna help precede this in any way. I'm gonna pick A because I don't think he cares about B. I feel like I also don't really want him to prove that it's real either, so like, I feel like it's both bad, but I'm gonna go A for the moment. I don't feel like it matters. How could I even know that's real? It was entirely possible this was all a bluff. Ah, indeed. These could all be a fake. Would you care to test that theory? Palmer flashed a coy smile, holding out his fistful of vials. He began to tilt them slowly back and forth, letting them clink against each other. They were fake. No. Maybe they were real. Kano couldn't quite decide. And he couldn't take any rash action if there was even the possibility these were the real thing. Did you come here to carry out a suicide attack, Mr. Alpharad? Hardly. I have no desire to die here. All I want is to get a little of this girl's blood, and then go quietly on my way. But that all depends on you, doesn't it? His face was overflowing with confidence. Kano couldn't shake the feeling that something was off here. Something about this man's demeanor hinted at... something. Well then, what will it be? Palmer continued. Will you condemn the people of Shibuya to death? Cursing inwardly, Kano lowered his gun. Palmer flashed a triumphant grin, then resumed his stroll towards Hitomi. He stood frozen on the spot. What? Susumu! The shout had come from Aki. Oh no, Susumu. We can't go to Aki here. I thought it was Sasayama for some reason. I don't know why. In an instant, a dozen members of SOS headed towards Palmer from all sides. Yeah, things are gonna happen, yo. Tough luck, pal, Susumu said. Turns out we're not actually innocent bystanders. Now it was his turn to grin. You're completely surrounded. Give up and tell us the password. Now. And just for the record, we ain't scared of no virus. The tough-looking young men radiated bravado. Without hesitation, they closed in around the kidnapper. Surrounded? You certainly don't look like police. Palmer cast a bemused glance around himself. You're right about that, Aki said. I mean, just take a look. I gathered up a bunch of people who love Shibuya more than their own lives in order to take your ass down. He kept Hitomi shielded behind him while he spoke. There's no escape, he declared. You've lost. Lost? Me? Well, it sure doesn't look like you're gonna get away. Palmer grimaced at Aki's words. I see. Then it appears our negotiations are at a close. Enough of the high and mighty act. Susumu stomped aggressively towards Palmer. Hey, Kano snapped. Easy now. They couldn't risk a scuffle sending the virus crashing to the ground. What a shame. Palmer swung his right arm up high. Whew. Well... Sure hope those are fake. Everyone watched in dismay as his hand shot up. The vials he'd been holding sailed upward against the backdrop of the evening sky. Yeah, especially for 2008. Look out! Aki shouted. Catch 'em! Catch 'em! The hurtling vials scattered and began to fall. It seemed impossible that Kano's team would be able to keep them all from shattering against the ground. The SOS members fanned out, positioning themselves as best they could to intercept the falling vials. Kano, likewise, prepared to catch one that was headed straight towards him. As he did, he caught sight of Palmer speeding away, yeah. Kano made up his mind on the spot. There was only one right call here, and he needed to make it. I want to pick B. I think A is the right decision. I want to pick B. But I think A is both in character and correct. But like, even if we chase him down, he's not going to give us the password. Like, it's entirely possible these are all fakes. Totally possible these have no virus in them whatsoever, and they're just a decoy. But like, what do we gain from chasing after him? Nothing. Like, even if we get him and contain him, he's not going to give us the password, clearly. But it's also possible A is the bad end. Maybe he gets away, we never find out anything, they were all fakes, whatever. Like, either could be the bad end at this rate. I feel like we're dropping frames, which is sucky. I feel like when it's come down to it, we've tried to, when in doubt, pick answers that I feel are in character to the characters. And I feel like A is absolutely the in-character decision. If it's the bad end, we'll pick B. If it's a good end, we'll have to go back and hit B eventually. Stop dropping frames. This is an important night, computer. He had to protect the lives of the people nearby. As much as he wanted to apprehend this criminal, he couldn't sacrifice innocent people to do it. I feel like that's a very Kano decision. Kano caught one of the vials deftly in both hands. I heard no glass. Carefully, he examined it for damage. Seeing that the vial didn't appear broken, he let out a sigh of relief. And he looked around for Palmer, but there was no sign of him. Damn it! The mastermind had gotten away, vanished without a trace. Amidst the frantic crowd of the Scramble, a lone criminal could blend in an instant, becoming just another pedestrian. Yeah, it easily could just be decoys. Trying to find him now would probably be a hopeless endeavor. Yep. Bad end. Bad end. Okay. We'll try the other one. Failed capture. Oh! In this chapter, they don't let us get hints. Which is fine. I kind of didn't want to use them this late in the game anyway, but they don't let us. Be it is. It's also entirely possible that this is a non-issue, and what actually caused it was a decision earlier, or something we have to do in Aki. So they might both be bad ends. He had to chase after Palmer. It didn't matter if he didn't grab the vial. Something about the way this was playing out made Kano sure of it. Calling upon all his rugby training, I forgot that was where his physical prowess came from. He played rugby. He broke into a sprint. Deftly dodging through the crowd, Kano kept Palmer in sight. He would catch him. One way or another, he was going to bring this bastard down. Steadily, he gained on his quarry. At last, he drew within striking range and immediately dived into an expert tackle. He caught Palmer around the waist. Their bodies collided with violent force. Oof. Palmer went down, flailing, and hit the pavement hard. Even then, he tried to resist, but Kano straddled him and held him down. Tell me the password, Kano snarled. The kidnapper sneered triumphantly. You made the wrong choice. Wrong choice? The Ua is out now. Now nobody can be saved. You've just killed everyone in the city. No, Kano shot back. Nobody's going to die. Well, what makes you so sure of that? The way you fled the scene just now. If the virus had really been in those vials, you could never have hoped to escape infection. Running off on foot would be pointless. Palmer said nothing. Which means that there was no virus in those vials. They were just a decoy in order to buy you time to escape. Now Palmer gritted his teeth and glared up at Kano. The look in his face confirmed the detective's hunch. Yep, there you go. But more importantly, it was your eyes. You don't have the eyes of a man who is putting his life on the line. My eyes? Who do you think you are, Sherlock Holmes? I know full well the look in a man's eyes when he's willing to die. In the back of his mind, Kano replayed the moment when Teteno, doused in gasoline, had marched into that financial office to talk down a would-be arsonist. Now then, the password. Give it to me now. Kano tightened his grip on Palmer's collar, but the man just gazed back at him with an icy glare. Let me have Hitomi Osawa's blood. That was our original deal. Kano wasn't surprised. He'd known it wouldn't be easy to get him to talk. Maybe it really would be impossible to strike a deal without Canada. But if getting her on the phone wasn't an option, Kano had to figure out something else. Sweat beaded on his brow as he cast about for ideas. Then he happened to catch sight of a car that had been overturned by an accident nearby. Gasoline had spilled from the vehicle, creating a broad, dark puddle on the pavement. Kano took out his handcuffs, then cuffed Palmer's arm to his own. Come with me. Jerking his captive back to his feet, Kano led him over to the car. Then, without hesitation, he sat down on the pool of gasoline. Yanking the handcuffs, he pulled Palmer down beside him. Kano pulled a lighter from his pocket. Palmer snorted. And just what's that supposed to be, huh? Tell me the password. Or else what? You'll light the gas? You'll be burned to a crisp yourself. Yeah, probably. Kano heard the casual desperation in his own voice. The hell are you thinking? The smile vanished from Palmer's face. Kano scowled down at him. I just want to know the password. I'm getting revenge for my partner. Even if I die, my friends will avenge me. I like all of those. I don't know if it matters here. I feel like A is the direct route. I feel like A is the right one, but like B is good. C is good. I feel like the direct route is probably the best. I feel like secondarily I'd say B. Sasayama was like a big deal too. Want B just for Sas, yeah. But like, I'm glad he's got faith in his friends, but there's no way they'd get the password out of him, especially if he's dead too. I'll give C a try. I think A is the right one. We'll give it a shot. Even if I die, my friends will avenge me. Kano met Palmer's stare dead on. Palmer and Kano locked eyes, both refusing to back down. The scent of gasoline fumes filled the air around them. Kano knew that the slightest spark could set off a massive fireball. Calmly, he flicked the lighter on. You can't be serious. Palmer's eyes fixed on the tiny flicker of flame. The password. You value your life so little. The password. In his mind, Kano could see the pages of the Dick Diary clear as day. Dick Dictum number 1. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever. Palmer glared in defiance. Kano brought the lighter closer and closer to the gasoline. He could practically feel his own life growing shorter as his hand descended. And yet, he felt no trace of fear. His body was numb, his senses strangely distant. Time seemed to slow. The world around him dissolved into a blur. He was surprised at how calm, how remote he felt. Here in the midst of this life-or-death confrontation. And then, far in the depths of Palmer's eyes, he saw the barest hint of doubt. He fixed his gaze on that point of weakness and did not look away. Palmer's shoulders slumped perceptibly. Now, Kano was certain of it. This was a man who'd never put his life on the line before. Shizuo's words sounded in the back of his mind. You need a cool mind, but a fiery spirit. A detective without both of those is worth nothing. Let me go. Promise to let me go and I'll tell you. Is that your answer? I don't think you quite understand the situation here. Kano brought the flame still closer to the gasoline. Palmer's eyes went wide. No longer was he able to hide his trembling uncertainty. Alright, I'll tell you. Just put that thing out. The password first. His voice a strangled snarl. Palmer gave him the password. Kano extinguished the lighter. But if we can't call up Canada, how can we give the password? There's still issues. Pulling out his cell phone, Kano dialed up Osawa. As he did, he recalled his last exchange. Oh, because we need Osawa there anyway. With Stanley at the electronics shop. Ooh, we can go back to Stanley, but I gotta see this through to the end. Like, we gotta keep going. Stop dropping frames! My internet's been fine all week, and like, the finale night we're dropping frames. I hope it's not buffering much for you guys. I feel like it didn't matter much, but like, it worked. Looks like we'll be able to have that beer together after all. He thought the words, but Osawa didn't answer. Kano guessed immediately that something was amiss. Detective. Aki's voice was full of worry. I've got Stanley on the line. He says that Detective Tateno... Oh. That might be a bad end. Kano didn't get to hear the rest of Aki's words. A thunderous blast hurled him to the pavement. Where had the explosion come from? His lighter certainly hadn't set the gasoline ablaze. No, this is definitely a bad end. Kano hadn't been that clumsy. So what had happened? Only one possible answer came to mind. Palmer had blown himself up. But that only confused Kano further. His captive had already given up the password. Unless he actually wasn't the mastermind all along. What would prompt him to set off a bomb at this juncture? As he was losing consciousness, Kano continued to rack his brain. But he found no answers. Bad end, yep. A mysterious explosion. I want to see the go back to Stanley. I don't think it'll save Kano here, but I'm really curious about where that's... I want to see what's happening with Stanley. But like, for sure, I don't think this is going to solve whatever the issue is, unless we can call earlier, I guess, I don't know. Stanley at the electronics shop, there we go. We also have another jump to Aki, we have 2 jumps to Aki. So like, there's ways we can do things right now. It's just a matter of trying our options. Turning his attention back to the handbag, Stanley searched it more. Oh yeah, the photograph. What the hell? He stared at the picture, swallowing the lump in his throat. It was a photo of Maria standing next to another young girl. Ah, potions. There was something written in marker on the back. Me in Canada, 7:30. Stanley hurriedly flipped the photo back over and looked at it again. What does this mean? The girl in the photo with Maria looked nothing like the Canada who had been there at Endo Electronics, who had left with Maria and Tateno just a few minutes ago. But if the girl they were working with wasn't Canada, then who was she? Potions, come on, no, no, no. Stanley felt his blood run cold. Could she be... was she Alpharad? The more he thought about it, the more it all added up. Assuming Alpharad were masquerading as Canada, the whole sequence of events suddenly began to make sense. She was strikingly audacious and fiendishly clever, but she hadn't outmaneuvered them just yet. As luck would have it, they still had a chance to stop her. And at long last, Stanley could see the outline of Alpharad's plan. Potions. Potions, man. Her goal was to get the antiviral. But extracting the DDS from Hitomi's blood wasn't enough. Okoshi Pharmaceuticals still had the drug at their laboratory. The antiviral's value came specifically from having a monopoly on it. Which meant that, In addition to obtaining the drug herself, Alpharad also needed to destroy Okoshi's research facilities. That was the crux of her plan. It's also why Maria has to be unconscious. Otherwise, Maria would be like, no, that's not Canada. That's why that's why she had to be unconscious. Which explains how she ended up unconscious. It was her doing. That was the crux of her plan. The problem was finding a way to infiltrate these facilities. In all likelihood, Alpharad's scheme went something like this. Have Maria Osawa kidnapped. Then infect with the Eurovirus. After that, eliminate Tanaka. Once Osawa learned that Maria had been infected with the virus, he was certain to use the antiviral on her. But he needed his partner Tanaka in order to access the storage facility, and Tanaka was dead. That was why Alpharad had been masquerading as Canada. Canada was Maria's friend, and an expert at hacking passwords. Yeah. If she could secure Osawa's trust, he would let her into the research facility in order to carry out the hack. That's why Alpharad, in the guise of Canada, had saved Hitome's life repeatedly. Getting Hitomi to trust her would likewise earn the trust of her father. There were still some finer details that remained a mystery. For instance, how was Alpharad going to destroy the lab? Still, Stanley could look into that once he had her in custody. He needed to move quickly and stop her from ever getting to the Okoshi facility. I fixed it. Daisuke approached Stanley and held out Maria's cell phone. Well, as best as I could at any rate. Straight up 3-4 episodes ago, some large number where Potion's just like, yeah, no, I think this, and that was just it. During the standoff with Daisuke and the stun gun, Kana was about to rush in and she stopped him. Yeah, whereas Canada would absolutely be like, no, we protecting Maria. Alfred would be like, yeah, I can't be seen. So that checks out too. Well, as best as I could at any rate. It looks like it'll get a signal, but whatever data was on it is all gone. I see. Stanley took the phone and put it into his pocket. He'd hoped he might be able to learn something useful from it, but luck evidently wasn't on his side. Canada would, yeah, rushing to kill the guy, yeah. He was just going to have to go up against Alpharad with what he already had. Now that he'd guessed what was really going on, Stanley went to talk to Kano. You need to go to the Scramble without me. Okay, so now the timeline makes sense. Gotcha. What? Kano was visibly shocked. Where is this coming from all of a sudden? Please don't ask me to explain. Something else has come up and I have to see to it. Okay, now the timeline at least works out. I was like, when did he go off? Stanley hated having to do this. He wished he could explain everything. But if he made any unusual moves now, there was a risk that Alpharad would pick up on it. It was better to keep his companions in the dark, just in case. I understand, Kano said. Do what you have to do, and come back soon. I'm sorry, I wish I could tell you more. It's alright, I'll find a way to get by. Kano gave him a thumbs up. The sight brought back some painful memories. Up until just a few hours ago, Stanley had instinctively seen Kano as all too naive. And now he finally knew why. Kano was just like his younger brother Frank. Another flashback, oh no. They might have looked very different, but in the way they mixed up their responsibilities with their personal feelings, they were totally alike. Stanley couldn't discount that naivete. In the end, it was all a part of the human condition. Jack, are you really okay with this? Frank cast an anxious look at his older brother as they made their way into the University of Chicago. A private university in Chicago, Illinois, lauded as one of the foremost research institutions in the U.S. More than 90 alumni have been awarded the Nobel Prize. The school has made a number of major contributions to the world beyond simple academics, including the construction of the world's first artificial nuclear reactor, Chicago Pile 1. And the Chicago School of Economics, a school of economic thought that stresses monetarism. There you go. It's my responsibility to look after you, Stanley told him. As long as you take your studying seriously, I'm all for it. Frank had been worrying about tuition costs as he prepared for college. After losing their parents 5 years earlier, the two had struggled to get by. Yeah, but... Stanley set both hands on his brother's shoulder. Listen to me, Frank. You're my brother, and I care about you. I just want whatever you do to be something you can be proud of. Alright, Jack, I hear you. And thanks. Kano, promise me one thing. What's that? Once this is all over, you'll have a beer with me. Sure, alright. That's a promise now, remember? Kano flashed him a grateful smile. And in that smile, Stanley again saw a little something of Frank. And now panic, yeah. Hurrying out of Endo Electronics, Stanley dialed up to Tenno as he ran along. Oh, we can't go. I was about to say, that would be a tempting jump, actually, but we can't. Listen carefully. Your life may depend on it, he said as soon as the Tenno picked up. Why can't we jump to him? He's at a keep out, right? No, he's not. Some decision we made it so he can go further, which means he's about to hit a keep out, so we're just going to continue to do with what we got, but like, I was like, why can't we? He knew that the detective wouldn't be able to respond openly since Alpharad was right there with him. On the spur of the moment, Stanley devised a simple code for how he should answer, yes or no. He told Tenno to respond with, that's right, to mean yes, and will do to mean no. No, we definitely hit some sort of like keep out or dead end, but I'm pretty sure the events and decisions we've made from here, probably literally this phone call, have made it so that like it clears up. Because that was where we went to last night, and I made sure to check when I started up today to make sure I couldn't continue to Tenno off camera before I started to make sure I had to start with Kano. So we were at a keep out, or a dead end. There was no time for anything more complex. Right now, Stanley just needed to stop Alpharad from getting into the lab. He quickly explained his suspicions about Canada. Tenno sounded distinctly unnerved. At any rate, Stanley said, you need to find a way to turn back without her realizing what's going on. Will do, Tenno replied. So he was going to head to the laboratory despite Stanley's instructions. Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it? That's right. The detective's affirmation was firm. Alright then. Guess I'll have to head that way myself. In the meantime, do not let her inside the lab. That's right. Okay. Tenno was no match for Alpharad. I mean, yeah, that much is true. I don't think any of them on a one... Well, Stanley. But barring Stanley, I don't think any of them could take her one-on-one. If she figured out what was going on, she'd probably kill him on the spot. Reassurance or encouragement would be meaningless right now. Instead, Stanley left Tenno with one final warning. If it comes down to it, just shoot her. If you hesitate for a moment, she'll have you dead. Find some way to stall until I get there. If she realizes we're onto her, you're done for. I really like A and B. But we already know C is what he's going to do anyway. We may as well just be like... Stay the course. A puts Maria at risk. B increases the likelihood of her finding out. Because the more we stall, she's going to be like, we're supposed to be in a hurry. I'm going C. Well, yeah, also sounds like it might not get him killed. Just keep Maria safe. That's your job. Tenno hung up without saying anything. The area around Danganronpa was in disarray. The government had declared a state of high alert, and the people on the street were milling around uneasily, unsure just what was going on. Modern-day Japan lacks both the infrastructure and the legal framework to properly deal with a large-scale bioterrorist threat. I swear we've read this exact one already. Excuse me. Coordination between the police, Japan Self-Defense Force, JSDF, health centers, and so forth would be a monumental task. In all likelihood, if a bioweapon was ever unleashed there, the target site would fall into chaos. It has. The main roads had been blocked off, and automobiles and motorcycles were at a standstill. Some vehicles had overturned on the curb in an apparent attempt to circumvent the blockade. Any moment now, Kano's team would be putting their plan into action at the Scramble. Stanley wasn't sure who they might have gotten to help, but Kano was certain to put them to good use. Please stay safe. Don't you dare die on me. Except Kano clearly finds out about whatever bomb's there. Stanley prayed silently as he darted underneath the railway overpass. He made it to his car, still parked on roadside, and, fortunately, beyond the blocked-off area. Jumping in, he sped off towards the laboratory. As he drove along, Stanley again tried to deduce Alpharad's plan of action. If Alpharad herself was on the way to the lab now, then what was the objective of the fake who'd been sent to the Scramble? A call came in from Teteno. Stanley here. He picked up quickly, but as he did, he wondered. Why was Teteno calling him? Alpharad was right there. There was no way the detective should be risking a phone call. What's going on? Teteno said nothing. Stanley repeated the question. That was the call that was supposed to detonate the bomb, because all the bombs seem to be detonated by phones. That phone's not nearby. They're either detonating the bomb by the signal, or it's the actual ringtone. What if the bombs are actually picking up on the goddamn one song, but it could also just be the cell phone signal? Which means Hitomi's phone is why we heard the song and what set it off. Which would also be why it was just a blind call to the number. Still, Teteno did not reply. Stanley's apprehension spread like a droplet of ink in water, because we know we heard the song before the blue minivan exploded. We know for sure that happened. Hey, has something happened? Hey, answer me. The call cut out. It's weird that it was dialed from Teteno's number, though. If that was a call intended to detonate a bomb, why would it dial this number? Maybe it definitely doesn't dial them both simultaneously, because Stanley has time to call Aki and go from there. Why would it dial this number, though? Oh, for sure we gotta get to Teteno, but like, my plan might have holes in it, or my theory might have holes in it. Maybe Teteno was just calling to like indicate trouble. Something had gone badly wrong, he was sure of it. Had he been too arrogant in thinking that he might be a match for Alpharad? His worries turned to the team at the Scramble. What if they had walked into a trap? Figuring that it would be too dangerous to call Kano in the midst of the negotiations, Stanley instead dialed up Aki. We can't jump to him from now, but like, we now have 3 ways to get to Aki. We have 3 separate ways to get to Aki right now. Mr. Stanley, what's going on? To Stanley's relief, it sounded like things out at the Scramble had gone well enough, so he asked Aki to put him on the phone with Kano. Yeah, give me a sec, the young man said. Detective? Stanley could hear Aki shouting to the other end. Oh no. Got Stanley on the line. He said that Detective Teteno... There was a sudden, tremendous boom, and then the call cut out. Stanley's jaw dropped. He felt his mind emptied out by despair. He opened his mouth, but he couldn't even bring himself to scream. All he could do was curse inwardly, again and again. Stanley slammed his fist into the steering wheel as hard as he could. Then he did it again, and again, and again and again and again. He didn't stop even when his fists were marred with blood. Slight bad end. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna see how far we can get into Teteno's, then I'm gonna see how far we can get in Aki's. That's the order we're going in. Call cut short, yeah. That's my plan for now. I don't know if it matters which order, we'll have to do some jumping either way. But the fact that it opened up on Teteno works out, I suppose. Oh yeah, it's the call from Teteno. Yep. Or, yeah, call from Kajiwara. Volcano Task Force. Yep, we did this last time. He's injured, but he'll be okay. It was what we were left with. Yeah, Teteno seems to be the linchpin, but I definitely foresee some bouncing between him and Aki, just because we have so many ways to get to Aki at so many times. It's gotta matter. It has to matter. Also, please stop dropping frames, Internet. He'd crashed headlong through that barricade. There's no way he'd come out of that uninjured. Sorry, Kajiwara, Teteno said to himself under his breath, and thank you. He bit his lip, then stepped hard on the gas again. I think that's where it cut out. Okay. I don't know why that was different. But we know how to get there now. We just go back to Stanley, go back to there. Right? Teteno. Weird that it made us do it. Whatever, though. It's probably because we changed circumstances around. Now it works. I like how they're both just dudes with guns. Cool. One keep-out solved. Once they'd made it past Shibuya Station, the roads were relatively clear. They ought to make it to the lab in no time. Ooh, the stare from the back seat. The phone rang again. It was Stanley. What's going on? He asked the American. He's with some light? Yeah, maybe. Listen carefully, your life may depend on it. I'm going to ask you some questions. If the answer is yes, say that's right. If it's no, reply with will do. For a moment, Teteno was bewildered. From the urgency in Stanley's voice, however, he realized there was some kind of emergency. That's right, he said after a moment's thought. That ought to let Stanley know that he understood the code. Is Canada with you right now? That's right. That Canada is an imposter. Teteno gripped his phone more tightly, hoping it would stop the trembling in his hand. It's her, Stanley said. She is Alpharad. The detective had to stifle a gasp of alarm. I don't have time to fill you in on the details, but I've got some pretty incontrovertible evidence. You need to turn back now. Teteno struggled to come to terms with what he just heard. He glanced at Canada through the rearview mirror. She was holding Maria tightly in her arms. Was this really all an act on her part? And if so, why? There was only one possible reason. If Canada really was Alpharad, then she had only one goal. She was pretending to help Maria in order to get into the lab, where she would be able to steal the antiviral. Oh wait, hold on. Canada was Maria's friend, wasn't she? She told me had said as much herself. Canada's my sister's friend. Yeah, she did. Maria certainly knew what her own friend looked like, and since it was obvious that Maria might be present, it didn't make sense for a clever imposter to pretend to be Canada. Or did it? When Canada showed up on the roof of South Hill, making her surprise attack on Teteno, Maria had taken off down the staircase without ever looking back. And when she turned up at the Endoelectronics workroom, Maria had already collapsed and fallen unconscious. Teteno felt a chill spreading through his body. As far as he knew, Maria had never actually seen the girl who was now sitting in the back seat. But then, what about Hitomi? Shouldn't she have known what Canada looked like? Teteno tried to remember just what Hitomi had said. Canada is my sister's friend. I just met her for the first time today. They'd never met each other before today. Maybe Hitomi didn't know what the real Canada looked like. That was the only explanation that made sense. I'm also going to say, I'm glad we didn't try to push through this last night, because there's clearly enough here. Hey Teteno, are you still with me? Stanley sounded like he was on the verge of panic. At any rate, you need to find a way to turn back without her realizing what's going on. Even if Canada really was Alpharad, Teteno had to keep heading towards the lab. He went over the coded responses in his head. Yes was that's right, no was will do. Will do, he said. Saving Maria's your top priority, isn't it? That's right, Teteno affirmed. Alright then, guess I'll have to head that way myself. In the meantime, do not let her inside the lab. That's right. Teteno hung up. Who was that? Canada asked. Teteno felt his heart skip a beat. That was Kuze, that cop from earlier. He tried to keep his voice as level as possible. He was worried about us and wanted to check up. Ah, okay, Canada muttered, sounding disinterested. Teteno could only hope she hadn't guessed the truth. He felt like the specter of death himself was breathing down his neck. I mean, he ain't totally wrong. Stop dropping frames, internet. I hope it's not buffering for you guys much, because it's only intermittent drops, so I hope it's not too bad. But, like, this is an important night, internet. And we're only sitting at 1% total dropped, but it's still higher than I'd like. Like, anything to like 0.5%. Only second off, I think. Okay, that's not too bad. I'm still sorry, but it's nothing I can do. Split second buffer every now and again. Okay. Still sucks, but I'm glad to hear it's not, like, super bad. At last, the minivan arrived at Okoshi Pharmaceutical. Teteno pulled up at the front gate and got out of the vehicle. Off to one side of the entrance was an intercom for contacting the security room. I'm assuming you've already heard the details from the director, Teteno barked into the intercom. Open up. You haven't heard anything from Director Osawa, the security guard spat back. And moreover, the laboratory is currently on lockdown. I'm sorry, but not even Director Osawa is allowed inside. That's ridiculous. Teteno scowled at the intercom in frustration. Then, a car came racing towards him along the street. Speak of the devil. The sound of screeching brakes filled the air as the vehicle skidded to a halt, and then Kenji Osawa jumped out from the driver's seat. Maria! Osawa rushed over to Teteno, then to Maria, where she lay on the minivan. He looked carefully at his daughter's face. Oh, thank goodness. She still hadn't gone symptomatic. Hell yeah, Kenji. Mr. Osawa, why aren't people being allowed into the laboratory? Osawa tilted his head. They're not? Teteno explained what the guard had said. That's ridiculous. Osawa immediately called the security guard on the intercom. He got the same story. You've got to be kidding me, Osawa raged. I'm the lab director here. But the security guard wasn't hearing it. Sorry, sir. These orders come from Mr. Makino. Of course they do. No. So am I just supposed to sit out here and watch my daughter die? Teteno racked his brain for other ideas. Maybe they'd have to climb the gate and break their way in. Then, over the intercom, they heard the sound of a phone ringing in the security room. The security guard answered it without muting the intercom speaker. Security guard is not a very good security guard. His voice was faintly audible. He sounded rather differential. Who in the world could he be talking to? Before Teteno could muse further, the gate suddenly opened. Who could he be talking to? Huh? Why? Teteno and Osawa looked at one another in surprise. I have a message for Director Osawa from Mr. Makino, the security guard said. From Makino? Osawa huddled over the intercom and had a brief Soto voice exchange with the guard. Oh, so we don't get to hear it. What was that all about? Teteno asked. It would seem that my wife was able to pull some strings for us. After Osawa left home, I had a change of heart. Even if it meant losing everything, she decided she wanted to save Maria's life. Although Maria was not Ai's real daughter, it turned out that the time they'd spent living together had sowed the first seeds of a familiar bond. She wasn't ever actively bad this whole time. She clearly gave up a large portion of her life just to save her father's company, which was her choice, clearly. But, like, from what we knew, she was never actively bad to the kids. And, while it took her a little while to come around to this, she made the right call. I don't like her. I don't hate her. Like, if nothing else, they made sure to flesh out why she did what she did. And coming through at the end helps out too. Osawa smiled uncomfortably. Teteno didn't have time to wonder what that might mean. Has the lock been opened for us as well? He asked. The smile disappeared from Osawa's face. No. She wasn't able to do anything about the final layer of security, which means, as he knew, she didn't actually know the password. The Alvin effect, yeah. You know, where you do something wrong for perhaps the right reasons, or perhaps objectively reasonable reasons, but like, you have to take steps to make them right. You can't just go, oh, we're gonna move past that now. You have to take steps to make that right. Also, hello Birdie, welcome to Viperland in the chat. How you doing tonight? Thank you so much for the host. Hope you're doing well. Well, let's regroup inside for now. Very well, that's all said. By the way, who's going to be hacking the password? I am, Canada replied. Ah, so you're Canada. We should get you to the laboratory then. Osawa began to lead the way inside. Canada followed. No coding Birdie's host to always be the joke ones. I wish I could do that. I wish I could have made that possible. Birdie has RNGesus on their side. It's pure luck. Pure unadulterated luck. If I could do that, I probably would have, just for the lulz. But it's not something I can do. Well, just lay in bed. Good plan, yeah. If Canada really was Alpharad, Toteno couldn't let her into lab. Birdie, did you do the Pokemon Go Makeup Day today, and did you have any luck with it? Because it was 3 hours of a Makeup Day event from the Go Fest. We spent 3 hours, fully lured, in a public park area in a car, because it was raining all day, so like not outside or anything, but like surrounded by lured stops, tapping every Pokemon that showed up. I caught 0 shinies. My nephew caught 0 shinies. My brother, mind you, did catch 3. He got lucky. But 3 shinies for 3 people over 3 hours of a giant festival seems pretty garbage. Canada really was Alpharad. Toteno couldn't let her into that lab. Did Makeup Day and got a shiny Quillfish. Hey, congrats! I got that one last time, and it's not bad. Like, I don't use Quillfish for much, but it's still like a cool one. Glad to hear you at least got something. Like, I would have been happy with 1, but like 3 hours of just constant incense and tapping everything and nothing from it kinda sucks. Without getting that lock open, there was no way of getting Maria the antiviral she needed to survive. What was the right call? Should he still pretend to be in the dark and let Canada try to hack the password? Yeah, this is going to be a fairly big decision. This isn't like a, what way should I taunt the guy I've got, like, handcuffed? This is like something impactful. I don't know how we'd reasonably keep them back without arousing suspicion. Like, I feel like we have to pick A to not arouse suspicion, but I feel like that just 100% plays into Alpharad's plan, too. I'm gonna say everything Toteno's done up to this point is trying to protect Maria, and letting her into the lab is trying to protect Maria at this rate. If it ends up being a bad end, we can come back and swap it. I'm picking the in-character option again. Just gonna go A. He's gonna have to let her into the lab. Toteno had made up his mind. Something the matter? Osawa asked warily. No, it's nothing. If you would be so kind. Osawa led the way. Canada and Toteno followed him towards the storage facility. Yeah, it's a tough choice, but I'm going with the what I believe to be the in-character option. And with the knowledge that if we get it wrong, we just change it. Took about 20 seconds for the elevator to reach the first basement level. The biohazard storage area was evidently fairly deep underground. Or it was a really slow elevator. The doors opened to reveal a long, straight corridor. There was a door at the far end with a device at one side for checking IDs. Canada approached the device, setting the laptop she borrowed from the security room on the floor in front of it. She affixed a scrap of paper with Kenji Osawa's password written on it to one side of the monitor. Then she connected a series of cables to both the laptop and the device. But if she already knew the password, this is all just for show. Toteno kept his hand on his holster as he watched her work. Canada began to slowly tap away at the keyboard. Her screen displayed a series of numeric values that changed with each keystroke. She checked the changes carefully, timing the movements of her fingers according to some formula. Yeah, she might not actually have it, which means that the guy in the Scramble gave us, either actually did know the password, ironically enough, but I doubt it, or just gave us a fake password to save his life. Or she's just playing. I'm pretty sure if she walked up to it and typed the password immediately, Teteno would be like, even if he didn't, like, we know he knows at this rate, but if he didn't, he'd be like, that's not how that works. The device let out a warning sound and the display lit up, so it might just be for show to not arouse suspicion on her part. The input had been rejected. Was this really going to work? Teteno felt his impatience growing. Osawa's face showed a similar unease. Kaneda turned to look at them. How many failed attempts are we allowed? 2, I believe, Osawa answered. After a third failed attempt, the storage area is locked down and can't be reopened without input from the full board of directors. True, hacking is not always quick. But if she didn't have the password, then yes, hacking's not always quick. Good luck to her. Well, not good luck to her, but you know. I still think she has the password and this is just for show. But I don't know. Kaneda had already resumed typing before he finished speaking. There's a very slight difference in power consumption from the device when it processes a correct password compared to an incorrect one. It's a minuscule difference in the time it takes to run the process as well. If I can analyze those and compare them, Kaneda's voice trailed off, as she continued working. That's 2. There was another warning sound, a second failed attempt. A single bead of sweat ran down to Teteno's forehead. But Kaneda didn't so much as bat an eyelash. Ah, I see. Her face remained full of confidence. It won't be a problem, she assured them. This isn't my first time with this type of mechanism. Slowly, one at a time, Kaneda pressed key after key while keeping her eyes on the laptop screen. With each keystroke, a waveform at the top of the screen, looking almost like an echocardiogram readout, wobbled slightly. The laptop let out a tiny sound. A sequence of 10 characters appeared on the screen, and Kaneda read them off. Teteno jotted them down in his notebook, then headed over to the scanner to enter the twin passwords for Osawa and Tanaka. And the door opens, okay. One way or another, we're in. The door opened. Kaneda let out a sigh of relief. Osawa gathered up Maria and headed into the storage area. Get out. Oh, as soon as Osawa and his daughter were out of view, Teteno drew his pistol. Kaneda arched an eyebrow. Maybe we should have told him, like, shoot. Like, any hesitation, he gonna die. Teteno gonna die. I'm sorry, Teteno. What do you think you're doing? Just get out of here. Oh, yeah, no. Nope. Teteno dies here. This is a bad end. I'm sorry. Teteno pointed the barrel of his gun at Kaneda's face. Silently, she did as she was told, turning and walking towards the elevator. He followed a few paces behind. She gave no hint of resistance. Now Teteno needed to let Stanley know that they'd successfully, opened the laboratory door. So this is where the call comes from. He pulled out his cell phone as he followed her into the elevator. As soon as he did, Kaneda pressed herself flush against the wall. What? What? A sudden explosion from within the corridor sent Teteno careening off balance. He slammed into the elevator wall. Then, as he lay in a daze, the elevator doors drew slowly closed, and the cab began to rise upward. Teteno could tell the impact had broken several of his ribs. She really likes bombs. How did she get a bomb there? How did she get a bomb there? She has her laptop with her, right? He would have made sure... maybe not. Maybe she left her laptop. I don't think so, though. How did she get a bomb there? Yeah, she did, but she... presumably... Maybe she didn't. Maybe she didn't pack it up, and that's what worked. Teteno could tell the impact had broken several of his ribs. Blood rose up from his throat and filled the inside of his mouth. He felt his grip on consciousness fading, but he managed to flip open his cell phone. The laptop, you could bomb that, yeah. Did something while hacking? You can't hack a bomb into a device, though. You can't go to somebody's security system, plug a few wires into it, and turn it into a bomb. Yeah, that's the thing, it came from behind him. He was walking into the elevator and it came from the corridor behind him. So either she left her laptop and that blew up, or somehow she got something in there beforehand. which seems suspect. So it's gotta be the laptop, it has to be. He felt his grip on consciousness fading, but he managed to flip open his cell phone. Stanley, please, pick up. Sleight of hand? Maybe? He jabbed his thumb hard on this call button. She is very tricky. Stanley here? What's going on? Hey, something happened? Hey, answer me. But it was too late for Teteno even to hear Stanley's voice. Bad end. Okay. A wordless warning. Yeah, that to me means go back to Stanley and tell him the other warning. Yeah, it has to be. Just shoot her. If you hesitate for a moment, she'll have you dead. Yep. It has to be A then. If it comes down to it, just shoot her. If you hesitate for a moment, she'll have you dead. Teteno hung up without saying anything. Okie dokie. Presumably that saved. Still at the bad end. Still at the bad end. It might be that one. Out of curiosity, I'll pick the other one. I don't know if it matters. It might be a combination of the two? No. We need her to get the door open, though. For better or worse, while we don't want her in there, we need to get in there to save Maria. We have to get the door open. I don't like B either. I'm gonna try it, but I don't think that's the answer. I don't think that's the answer. And we get to choose as Teteno whether we listen to that or not, so like... doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't change anything. I don't think this is the right answer, but just to cross things off our list, I'm gonna pick it. Pause, let's hope it spoils, but I'm gonna see if I can catch up in the VOD. I guess that'll be a... oh, come on. Cool. What's the right call? I don't think this is the right call. It might be Aki. We haven't gone to Aki in a while, but... I don't think this is the right decision. They couldn't go anywhere until Stanley got there. Teteno knew exactly what we needed to do. What's the matter? Saw a turn to cast a look of confusion back at Teteno and Canada, both of whom had stopped on their tracks. We'll wait out here, Teteno said. But, I mean... isn't Canada gonna hack the password? It's been a... oh, yeah, that's where things go to hell. Slight change of plans. Go ahead and wait for us at the lab, Director. Alright. I don't have much time before Maria develops symptoms. I'll be inside. Please don't keep me waiting too long. With Maria in his arms and a worried look on his face, Osawa hurried through the gate. Yeah, this is definitely a bad end, but now we just gotta see it through. What do you think you're doing? Canada asked. Stiffening as Teteno nudged the barrel of his gun against her spine. You're Alpharad, aren't you? I have no idea what you're talking about. No use trying to play dumb. Stanley found proof. Before he finished speaking, Canada seemed to disappear from view. Ooh. She cartwheeled away at blinding speed, too quick for Teteno to keep a beat on her. By the time she righted herself, she'd already drawn a gun of her own. Abruptly, he found himself facing her in a stare-down, weapons aimed at one another. Also, hey Grim, welcome to Viperland in the chat, how you doing tonight? Fragment finally dropped. Oh, did you get it? Then Canada's phone rang, and she reached to answer it. Don't move, Teteno roared. Did you forget the plan? That might be Hitomi calling. I don't care. Don't you move. Oh, this might have to be the right way, though. We never got the call on the other path. Also, congrats, Grim. We never got this call on the other path. I don't care. Don't you move. If Canada really was Alpharad, the whole plan might be a sham. Teteno kept the barrel of his gun squarely on its mark. Canada let out a little sigh. Have you considered that Stanley might be lying to you? Yeah, it's possible. But I need to make sure we avoid a worst-case scenario. Don't let me into the lab. Who's going to hack the password? You've got your little decoy. My friends will get the fake Alpharad to call out the password. Once her phone had stopped ringing, Canada sighed again. And what about Stanley, then? We can't go to him from here, which means we have to go to Aki to get to Stanley to get to him from here. You have to look yourself, but I plan to turn it into one of the more popular weapons, sell it, and buy the barred bow. Good plan, honestly. I like that. Is he on his way here? Who knows? Tateno said. At that, Canada lowered her gun. She seemed disturbingly full of confidence. Canada flipped open her cell phone. Who do you think you're calling? Tateno adjusted his aim, pointing his gun at the young woman's head. Look, I'm going to call Hitomi and have her clear up those suspicions you have about me. We don't have the time for this right now. Wouldn't you agree? Canada stared back at Tateno, cell phone in hand, waiting for his reply. I mean, it doesn't matter what Hitomi says, because Hitomi doesn't know. Oh, her phone is just the bomb trigger, yes. So, stop it. Yeah. Yep, her phone is definitely the bomb trigger. Stop. This is the sort of nonsense we don't have time for right now. Canada shook her head, then put her phone away. You're really Alfred. Then you don't actually need to hack the password, Tateno said. I'm guessing you've already got it from Tanaka, which means you'll be able to get your hands on the antiviral as soon as you get into that lab. Canada didn't so much as flinch. The only thing stopping you is the antiviral still in Hitomi Osawa's body. Assessing the antiviral and having a monopoly on it are two very different things. Game is very thorough, yeah. You want to eliminate Hitomi. That's why you lured her down to the Scramble. Am I wrong? If that's true, then how am I planning on getting rid of her? Using this so-called substitute Alpharad or something? Yes, that's right. No, it's the bomb. Tateno couldn't be certain. But he couldn't think of any other way. Canada let out a laugh. You don't know the first thing about Alpharad, she said. Alfred keeps the outlines of his plans blurred, so that his deliberate actions just get lumped in with the coincidences. That's the crux of all his plans, and that's how he's able to pull off his scheme by himself. He'd never solicit help from a third party. The words seemed like they were Canada's, but also seemed like they were Alfred's. With his gun still at the ready, Tateno got his phone and called Kano. This is new, right? We did not get this call as Kano. The young detective was quick to pick up. Detective Tateno, what's going on? You need to get Hitomi Osawa to safety immediately. Alfred isn't trying to get out her blood, so this has got to be the right path, because we didn't get this. He wants her eliminated. What? Hurry. Yes, sir. Once he'd gotten Kano's confirmation, Tateno hung up. We can't go there yet, but we got a thing. Things are playing out in a forward direction, and now your little plan has been foiled. So Tateno dies here, right? I hate to say. Yeah. Canada snorted. Has it now? If I really am Alfred, then all I need to do is eliminate you, here, and head right into that lab. Even without her gun raised, she still radiated intimidation. Tateno might have had her at gunpoint, but he could feel the threat of her presence like a gathering storm. Eliminate me, he said, doing his best to mask any sign of weakness. Oh, she could. You're the one who doesn't have your gun ready. I don't need my gun, Canada said simply. And why's that? Because you can't shoot me. What's that supposed to mean? Canada glared sharply at Tateno. Her look pierced him like a blade. Then she quirked an unsettling smile and took a step closer to him. Don't move, he warned. Tateno said, try anything funny and I'll make sure you regret it. I don't want to pull this trigger if I don't have to. It doesn't matter what I say. She's already got us pegged and we're not going to pull the trigger. Unless we get the option to literally says shoot her, it doesn't matter what we say. I'm going to pick A because B just absolutely feeds into her, but like, she already took the step forward. That's something funny. Like, try anything funny and I'll make sure you regret it. He kept his gun trained on the center of her chest. You can't shoot me. Canada took another step closer. You're still traumatized from that time you let your friend's wife die. How do you know about that? Tateno was shaking now, his aim wavering. I heard you talking with the younger detective up on that rooftop. I was right. She had been there. Let's test my theory out. Kanata pointed her index finger at her own heart. If you think I'm Alpha Red, then shoot me. Right here. Huh? The corner of her mouth twisted up. You can't do it, can you? Toteno's gun hand shook all the more. Like how you can hear the sound of the gun. You're afraid to pull the trigger. It was as if her words were a spell that she was casting over him. Yeah, Birdie, yeah. You can hardly even stand the thought of pointing your gun at someone. Kotone's final moments flashed through Toteno's mind. If he hadn't fired back then, maybe Kotone would still be alive. But if you do fire now, your friend's entire life was changed because of you. Why hadn't he tried to talk the culprit down? He knew the reason why. Because he loved Kano. Or Kotone. Ah, he loved Kano. That would be a totally different story. He'd still loved her, even after she'd become Daisuke's wife. His desire to be the one who saved her had warped his sense of judgment when things had come down to the wire. Toteno, do you not enjoy being with me? There was a forlorn look on Kotone's face. It wasn't that he didn't enjoy being with her. Her very presence soothed him. Yeah, potions. You were suspicious from the get-go, and then evidence just supported you going forward. Like, you had it pegged early on. But the more serious their relationship had grown, the more it tore at Toteno's heart. The truth was that he didn't really know what happiness was, and so he was incapable of making someone else happy. If it were possible, he'd want Kotone to be smiling always. Binge play this? That seems pretty likely. Spend $50, binge play to catch up with me? Yeah. Seems very, very likely. Ruin the shock and surprise? Yeah, 100%. And that meant her being with someone other than him. I think it would be best if we stopped seeing each other. Toteno blurted out the words bluntly, and Kotone's face fell. He hadn't broken up with her because of... So they were actively dating at one point. I don't know if they mentioned that before. Check my Steam play history. True. But I'm not playing it on Steam. It's on other systems. I still believe you, for sure. But like... yeah. He hadn't broken up with her because of any... I don't think they mentioned that they had been dating before. We definitely knew he had feelings, but like... she returned to those feelings. Rather, the impulse had actually sprung out of his pursuit of human warmth, and his growing fear of losing it. He'd just been so uneasy. More than anything, he'd been afraid that he wanted too much love and affection from Kotone. On PS4 playing Neo in vain? I believe you, honestly. Bit by bit, Toteno lowered his gun, his hand even more unsteady. His heart was on the cusp of breaking. And still, Kanata continued with her diabolic whispering. You can go ahead and kill me, but if it turns out I'm not Alpha Red, what then? Now she stared at Toteno with an almost pitiable look. I don't think that's pitiable. You'll have once more done something you can never undo. Something I can never undo. Toteno repeated the words dully, feeling himself forced into a trance. That's right. Could you ever accept that? No, I couldn't. Couldn't make the same mistake. His whole body felt like it might fall apart. He wanted to drop to the ground and curl up in a ball like a child. And that's why you can't shoot anyone. I can't shoot anyone. So what was he gonna do if he got Hitomi earlier? Like... As Toteno muttered the words, Kano's face appeared in the back of his mind. I can. Tears fell from Kano's eyes as he looked down the barrel of his gun at Toteno. He'd become a detective who didn't lose sight of what he was supposed to protect, no matter the situation. Dick Dictum, #1. Teteno had nearly forgotten, nearly abandoned his inward promise to be a detective worthy of that final salute Kano had given him. Oh man, he brought his gun back up to bear. Don't be absurd, Kaneda mocked. You can't shoot anyone. Actually, I can. The words creaked dryly from Teteno's throat. When there's something I'm supposed to protect, I can shoot. The memory of Kano weeping but taking aim had given him the resolve he needed to face down an opponent who ought to have terrified him. I learned that from someone who was terrible at his job. Kaneda's eyes went cold. Immediately, she lifted up her gun again. Once more, their eyes locked, sparks of hostility crackling between them. But almost immediately, Teteno could sense the difference in skill between his opponent and himself. Yeah, the young woman radiated a deadly aura. The force of her stare was like a knife pressed to his throat. She had bore witness to carnage and bloodshed, the likes of which he couldn't even imagine. He couldn't win this. She would kill him, guaranteed. Teteno braced himself for death, never taking his eyes off Kaneda. If nothing else, he needed to buy time for Kano to get that password. But could he do that, given the opponent he faced? Yes. Somehow he would do it. As a detective, as a man, even if he had to give his own life to succeed. Even if it couldn't come close to making up for the sins he had committed. So he slapped us with a oh. Welp. That changes Jack's story. That changes Kano's story. We have so many options right now. I want to let Kano's play, but like, that opens up a lot of options. We got to keep out for Aki, but we've got so many ways to get to Aki, that's easy. It changes Jack's story because we ended his ending when he heard the explosion, which now, seemingly, isn't happening. So I really want to see Kano not explode, so I'm picking Kano for the sole reason of I want to see Kano not explode, please. So that's what we're gonna do. Like, it's been too long since we've gone to Aki, and like, I want to see what's going on with Aki's mind too. But I really want to see Kano not explode. But this still might end up being a bad end, only because we might have to change something from Stanley. I don't know. Let's exchange with Stanley, electronic shop, have that beer, phone ring several times, for Osawa picked up. It's Kano. I have the password. Are you serious? Osawa blurted in shock. Here, let me give it to you. Are you ready? It might be wrong, too. Would she? Oh yeah, I definitely wouldn't have finished the other night. I'm glad I made the choice. Would Alfred have given him the real password? Like, he clearly thought it was the real password. The way he reacted and his reluctance to give it up means that he absolutely is convinced that's the real password. Would Alfred actually have given him the real password, though? I don't think so either. I don't think it's the right password. Yes. 59FBA14QL1. We don't know what it is from the other line. As he passed along the alphanumeric sequence, Kano kept his eyes on Palmer. The man stared back at him with an expression of bitter defeat. Yeah, Palmer is convinced that's the right password. There's a long silence on the other end of the phone. Then at last Osawa's excited voice came through. That did it! It's even more suspicious that she gave him the right password. It opened. The lock opened. Kana let out a deep breath of utter relief. Huh, Palmer snorted. You're really satisfied with catching me and saving the life of one girl? I suppose it's the Japanese way to forget the pain that's been visited upon you. Wow. Potential failsafe? Maybe, but potential weakness too. But it's not over. The bloodshed will continue. All over the world, women, children, the elderly, innocent, all will bleed. Because absolute justice is on our side. Pretty sure releasing biochemical weapons with a mortality rate of 100% on the general public isn't justice. Like, justice? let me have potions. Is that right? Oh yeah, okay, good. Kano drove his fist into Palmer's face. Yeah, there was no such thing as absolute justice. It was that kind of blind faith that kept the world in conflict. Yeah. Well, this sure is quite the mess. Whirling around in surprise, Kano saw Kuze standing there. Unexpected, but we've seen him do positive things in the past short while. Director Kuze. He bowed his head apologetically. He may have apprehended the criminal mastermind, but only because he'd ignored a direct order to place Maria under quarantine. I'm sorry, sir, but I... Save the apology, Kuze interrupted. You're the one who solved the case. You did good, kid. Once again, Kano bowed, this time even more deeply. Oh, and one more thing, Kano. Yes, sir? Sasayama has regained consciousness. Oh, thank that weight off my shoulders. Holy crap. Oh. It's been like 3 straight real-time weeks of worrying about that. Oh. I thought you'd like to know. Yeah, we did. Ah, Sasayama. They were able to save him? Got a call from the hospital. Looks like he's gonna pull through. It's great! Really great news. Tears of relief came to Kano's eyes. And if Osaba was able to get the lock at the lab open, he should also have been able to get Maria the antiviral without any further difficulty. Kano dragged Palmer to his feet, then undid the handcuff from his own wrist, using it to properly bind his captive. The metal ring snapped shut with a soft, satisfying click. The problem is we know something's gotta go wrong from here, right? Palmer limply hung his head. It was over. We know it's not, though. It's all finally over. Like, I don't want Kano's, I did it. He doesn't know about Alfred, obviously, but, like, from his point of view, like, he did good. But, like, we know there's more to it right now. It really had been quite a day, Kano reflected. Yeah, no kidding. Beyond all the challenges he'd faced, he'd come face to face with his own shortcomings. Now he knew what a long way he had to go to be the man he wanted to be. But at least he'd learned what it truly meant to be a detective. Kuze was muttering to himself nearby. I mean, you don't even look alike, but... The director shook his head and cleared his throat. You know, Kano, for a second there, you look just like Teteno. Really, sir? Kano smiled, fussing sheepishly with his hair. Kuze's words were the finest praise he could have asked for. Someday, he hoped he really might be a detective like Teteno. No, he decided he would be. And until then, he'd never give up that dream. It might be a long, long road, but he would walk it. Kano looked up into the sky. The neon lights of the city shone from all over. This was the same old Shibuya that it always was, but one that he looked at now with new eyes. End, or something explodes. Those are the only options here. End or something explodes. There's no middle ground. Okay, I was wrong. There's a middle ground. There's more. Okay. So we gotta go to Stanley, obviously. Or Aki. I'm gonna pick this. Aki is tempting. Aki's really tempting, but I feel like Aki's gonna end up being the linchpin that just unlocks everything around him. Somehow. I don't know if that's true or not, but whatever. State of high alert. Yeah, so we gotta get to the point where he makes the call, and it was going to explode, but it doesn't. Openings, yeah. He'll have all the keys, maybe. At this rate, I just want to see the people we had started through, I guess. We put in a plan of action, Stanley wasn't sure what if I got to help. Yep. Please stay safe. Don't you dare die on me. Stanley prayed silently as he darted. Excuse me. Underneath. Oh, he only made the call because he got the call from Teteno, so he wouldn't even make the call this time. He made it to his car, still parked. Oh man, I'm still pretty sure that Hitomi's phone ringing is the basis for that bomb exploding. And all it's going to take is for one person to celebratorily be like, Hitomi, we did it! And things are going to go poorly. Unless I'm wrong. I could totally be wrong about that, but like, that's what I'm going with. He made it to his car, still parked on the roadside, fortunately beyond the blocked off area. Yep, jumped in and sped off towards the place. Tenno and Stanley before we get back to Aki. Quite possibly. Okay. I'm pretty sure we had we have so many jumps right now, I'm losing track of who's got what. Did we have a jump to Stanley? Go to Aki immediately? Maybe, yeah. There we go. Like, Aki is best boy, but like, at this rate, I gotta try and see some through. Like, we have a ton of Aki jumps. We have a Stanley here, we have a do we already have a Kano? I don't think we do. Did we already have a Kano one later from... No, we didn't. Okay. Just the Stanley. Right? We do have a Kano one. This rate I'm committed to the Stanley, but we do have a Kano one. Which might not be the right time, it might be a different one. Stanley again tried to deduce Alphared's plan of action. If Alphared herself was on the way to... Also, I'm hoping Stanley gets there in time enough to save Teteno. But I am like 100% sure Teteno dies. Because the only way for Teteno to redeem for his actions is to die at this rate. Like, narratively. He's gotta die. He has to. I don't want him to. Narratively speaking, I think he has to die. I think it's just how it has to go down. But I hope I'm wrong. I really do. If Alphared herself was on the way to the lab now, then what was the objective of the fake who'd been set to the Scramble? Act as a decoy to get Hitomi's blood, indiscriminate terrorism. We know it's not B. We know for sure it's not B. A is kinda right, but he's really there to kill Hitomi. Concerned about a guy who's essentially Mr. Extra 80% of the game? I know, right? His stuff isn't indiscriminate either, though. Decoy's the closest I got. But we know he's not actually there for Hitomi's blood. I'm gonna say A, but C could be the answer too. To act as a decoy. Surely that was the imposter's purpose. But it wouldn't be a simple matter of providing a brief distraction. Alphared had been careful to wipe out almost everyone she'd associated with in the past. That was precisely why all of her defining characteristics, such as age and sex and nationality, had been unknown. It was unthinkable that she'd allow this decoy, who almost certainly knew who she really was, to stay alive. And since Hitomi carried the antiviral in her body, Alphared likely wanted to get rid of her as well, yes, which, in all likelihood, the terrorist mastermind was planning to steal the antiviral from the lab. But as long as some of it remained in Hitomi's bloodstream, she wouldn't have a monopoly on it. Aha! Stanley suddenly blurted aloud. He just realized what Alphared hoped to accomplish at the Scramble. She meant to eliminate both Hitomi and her own decoy at the same time. The question was how? Beginning with her bombings in Chicago, Alphared had made frequent use of remote-controlled explosives, kinda her thing apparently. It was likely that she'd opt for something similar here. Correct, yeah. True, doesn't sound like. Correct. But she wasn't going to be at the scramble herself, so how in the world was she going to trigger the explosion? Was there some clue to be found in something she'd said or done earlier? Again, like, we know, I don't know if Stanley knows at this rate. Think. Try to remember. Think. Try to remember. If he didn't do something, everyone at the scramble was probably going to die. Then, as he desperately racked his brain, he remembered something Kano had said. Even while they were in the scene of the minivan explosion together. He said he heard... Smart man. He said he heard a cell phone ringtone at the time of the explosion. Not sure if that's significant, though. Stanley recalled the recent exchange between Alpharad and Hitomi. The two had called each other's cell phones. Alpharad hadn't really been checking to make sure she had the right number. She's been checking to make sure Hitomi hadn't changed her ringtone. That was it. The bomb was set to detonate in response to a specific piece of music. And the ringtone on Hitomi's phone was the trigger. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Stanley didn't have the time to think. He needed to alert Kano and the others right away. As he pulled out his phone again, he recalled the map of the stakeout positions. Kano would probably be right next to the decoy Alpharad. Might be a mistake to call him under the circumstances. Maybe he couldn't risk calling Kano, but he could call Aki. How is it that accurate? Technology, terrorism, bombs. Like, that's a very good question. It easily could just pick up a song on the radio, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. Like, I get you. Suspension of disbelief seems to be the answer I'm gonna give, though. Unless they explain it. Stanley dialed Aki Endo's number. Please don't let me be too late, he muttered to himself as he waited for the call to connect. Aki was quick to pick up. We have another jump to Aki. Holy crap. Mr. Stanley, what's going on? Guess we're going to Aki then. Well, I'm going to see if that one will let me go to Kano, but I guarantee it won't. It won't let me go to Kano. I'm going to try it, but it won't let me go to Kano, right? Or if we got... I think it's 5 jumps to Aki in different points. I don't think this will let me jump, but I want to try it. Just in case. If not, we're going to Aki. It lets me jump. Also, hello May, welcome to Viperland in the chat. Dang, making that MSQ progress. Making good MSQ progress. They did shorten it a little bit, but still, damn, congrats. I know they shortened it a bit with this recent update. But like, yeah. Hell yeah. Once you finish Praetorium for the first time, once you finish those 2 dungeons, you get a free Fantasia. So like, if you decide you don't like the look of your character, you can always bank it for now. There's no pressure to use it at any point, but if at any point you want to try out a different type of character, they give you 1 free for the story. Anything after that is paid, but like, get 10,000 EXP quest. Yeah, that used to be a thing where you used to have to grind a little bit off MSQ to keep up with it, but I had definitely heard that like that's no longer an issue. I also have to second potions, because when I was playing through, the longest and most tedious part was the part between finding out you have to fight Titan and fighting Titan. You had to go around and make food recipes and teach a guy how to beat up a rock, and like, there was so much just padding in that one sequence. 100% EXP for everything. Dang. Which is good. It's nice to not have to worry about it. Like, it's just like, cool, we're going through the MSQ. That's cool. This was the same old Shibuya that it always was, but one that he looked at now with new eyes. Like, there were other bits that kind of dragged... Oh, we're gonna get a keep out right here. No! This whole thing, his cell phone rang. Like, the major blocks of what happened have fallen into place, but like, there's still stuff. Teteno's name appeared on the incoming call display. Kind of quickly picked up. Detective Teteno, what's going on? You need to get Hitomi Osawa to safety immediately. Alpharad isn't trying to get at her blood. Excuse me. He wants her eliminated. What? Teteno wasn't making any sense. Alfred, Palmer had already been arrested. The threat was over now. Hurry, Teteno barked. Yes, sir. Detective? Aki called out suddenly. He was standing with Hitomi and the others near the statue of Hachiko. Detective! That's not the real Alpharad. He's a fake. A fake? Yeah, I just got a call from Stanley. Kano didn't want to believe it. If this Alpharad was just a decoy, that meant the real culprit was elsewhere, still on the loose. Keep in mind, if you're a masochist and really want to play a different race and don't want to spend all the money on invitation, you can always make another character. In the free trial and or on the paid subscription I have, you can only have one per server. You can make one on another server in the same data center and just move them over. Still highly masochistic, but doable. But yeah, I pay like $2 less a month to only have one character per server, because I don't care about alts in this game, so like, I can make alts on other servers. But I can't on the same server. Cough, yeah. Ooh, the things people do for either glamour or emotes. This Alpharad was just a decoy. That meant the real culprit was elsewhere, still on the loose. Aki's voice rang with desperation. He said the real Alpharad is planning to get rid of both Hitomi and the fake with some kind of bomb. To get rid of Hitomi? That lined up with what Tateno had just called to warn him about. It must be true then. Once again, Kano tensed. A bomb? But where? Get me the Explosive Ordnance Division, someone squawked. A team made up of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department Security Bureau's 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 6th riot police units, as well as the support vehicle unit. Division members are trained in explosive disposal. Typically, a dangerous explosive is frozen with liquid nitrogen, then moved away from the site via support vehicle. The bomb is then detonated in a safe location. Explosives are almost never dismantled on site. Okay. We've got an emergency here. It was Kuze, practically screaming into his cell phone. We're at the Scramble outside the station. Hurry. The director started running towards the precinct, still shouting as he wove his way through the crowd. That's fair, Sora. I totally get that. Consistency is totally something. I like bouncing around between things. I'm having a good time with it. But I also absolutely understand they're like, no, this is my character. I've played X number of hours or whatever. Like, this is the Warrior of Light. Like, I get that. And the frames are stable. I haven't really glanced at it, but the percentage is dropping. I haven't been... Like, we're at 5,000 dropped frames now. If that doesn't go up in the next few minutes, then it seems stabler. Kano felt himself starting to panic. Don't want to change anymore. That's fair, honestly. At one point, I'll end up swapping. I know I will. I'll stay Lala for a while, because I do like Lala, but... I'll use Fantasia circles for plot reasons, or to set the character due to drama. Also fair. Where was I? If Hitomi and Palmer were the targets, the bomb had to be nearby. He stormed over to his captive. Okay, why would he know? Where's the bomb? He demanded. Why would he know? He was going to be taken out in it. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me. I already told you the password, Palmer said. What point would there be in keeping things from you now? He had a point. And if he had known about the existence of the bomb, he'd kept it a secret so far. Getting him to reveal it now would not be easy. Or you could just focus on getting Hitomi away from the thing, which is the sole thing you were told. Kano decided just to have to go look for it himself. I think there was supposed to be heat in there. That's cool. He took a deep breath and tried to think logically. If he were Alpharad, what would he do? How could he ensure that he'd eliminate both Hitomi and the fake Alpharad at the same time? Where would he plant a bomb in order to pull that off? Good sense for just playing the game? Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure the fake would notice if there was a bomb on him, right? He would notice if he had something on him that was bombish. They didn't have time to plant out on Hitomi. Minivan? It's either A or C. I don't think B is logical. If they had had access to Hitomi, they would have taken her blood or killed her or whatnot. Like, it's gotta be A or B. Or A or C, sorry. So do we think he's got it? You're gonna say A? Alright. Willing to go with it. I don't know. C also seems a little too... We'll try it. Original bad end, the guy exploding. We don't know what exploded. It was just something exploded. On the fake. There was no other place he could possibly have planted it. Kano began to pat Palmer down carefully. They were also hunkering by an overturned minivan at the time, so like it could be that too. Aki, he shouted. Check the case, hurry! He gestured to the attaché case Palmer had been carrying. Don't move. Kano searched through his captive's jacket and the pockets of his pants. But he came up with nothing. Perhaps Alfred had fitted the bomb into the man's watch or belt. Stop this. I'm not carrying a bomb. Shut your mouth. But Kano couldn't spot anything suspicious about the watch or the belt either. He clenched his jaw in frustration. Did Palmer really not have it after all? Detective. It was Aki. He looked alarmed. Kano hurried over to him, dragging Palmer along. When he looked inside the attaché case, Palmer's face went pale. No, it can't be. It was the case. Alfred, why? His voice was hoarse with betrayal. Then he abruptly broke into stilted laughter. Trusting someone really does make you blind. Such a simple, childish ruse. And it went right under my nose. We had to check because it kept him in the area. Fair. Palmer looked over at Kano. We need to get out of here immediately, he said. That right there is C4. A plastic explosive created for military use. The chief component is RDX. I'm gonna try this. Trimethyl nitrinitramine, which is combined with a plasticizer such as dioclite, sebasite. It is highly reliable, and is used by many military forces around the world, most notably the U.S. Armed Forces. There indeed, yes. A high-yield plastic explosive used by the military, and that's enough to blow this whole area to smithereens. A chill ran up Kano's spine. Do not let this man go, he said, handing Palmer over to Susumu. Got it, just leave it to us. Susumu signaled to his followers, who immediately dumped Palmer unceremoniously on the ground. Yeah, that's, Kano carefully inspected the inside of the attaché case. Aki had found a false bottom in the case. The space beneath it was indeed packed full of plastic explosives. Set within, it was what looked like a detonator. Kano didn't know much about bomb disposal. He'd only been taught the very basics during his police academy training. A lot of C4. Presumably packed thin, because it was under a hidden lining, and like, he would have noticed, I don't know. I don't know if he would have noticed. Nonetheless, something to his eye. A microphone. There was a parabolic microphone attached to the detonator. In all likelihood, the detonator had been set to go off in response to some sort of sound. Hey, detective, is that thing gonna explode or not? Aki's voice was shaky. No kidding, it was. It looks like it's sound activated, but it hasn't gone off just from having people talking nearby. That means it must be set to explode in response to a specific sound trigger. And maybe it doesn't have to be that sensitive, because the sound would have vibrated the walls of the attaché case more than the air, and they didn't want it to be too sensitive. They wanted it to go off when they were both physically close enough to one another. If it detonated when they were too far away, it wouldn't take out both of them. So it actually may have been in its design to not be super sensitive. Oh no. A specific sound, huh? Aki took a moment to think. That's it. It must be Hitomi's ringtone. That's why Stanley had me power her sonar. Oh, I'm so glad Stanley thought of that. But like, we've seen her posters everywhere. That could play at any time. But like, I'm so glad she's not gonna just randomly get a phone call right now. They're still in trouble. All it takes is a radio, but like, oh, that's a good thought. So that means we're safe then, Hitomi asked. It's not going to explode anymore, right? Kano had to fight back any feelings of relief. They couldn't forget that this was Alfred they were dealing with. Yeah, all it would take is for Alfred to also set Palmer's phone ringtone to the same thing. I mean, that's it. That's all it would take. As like a failsafe, that would work. Assuming they were safe would be a dangerous mistake. Carefully lifting up the detonator, Kano spotted another cable connected to the bomb. As calmly as he could, he tried to remove the plastic explosive from the attaché case. Okay. He quickly discovered that the thinly stretched sheet of plastic explosive was only an intermediate layer, concealing a second false bottom. A small timer had been set beneath it. There's not just a sound trigger. Kano's mouth had gone dry. His voice came out as a whisper. The bomb has also been fitted with a countdown timer. Stanley had been right on the mark. The ringtone of Hitomi's cell phone would trigger the explosion. That way Alphared could eliminate both her and his stooge, Palmer, at the same time. But just in case the sound trigger were discovered. As a backup, the bomb also had been rigged to explode after a set time. Okay, so it's not impossible, but unlikely that Palmer has the same ringtone, it's just the timer. Kano speed out his boss, Director Kuze. Where's that bomb squad? 151, 150. Not even 2 minutes left to go. It didn't look like the explosive ordnance unit would make it in time. Kano scanned the area, weighing his options. He noticed Aki standing right beside the bomb case. Aki, he called out, leave that thing and get out of here. But Aki didn't move. No way. He sat down. The attaché case cradled in his arms. Aki, what the hell are you doing? I'm not going anywhere until everyone's made it to safety. Detective, you need to get these people someplace safe right away. Clear the area first, then I'll go. But there's no way I can do that. Damn it, don't you want to save these people too? Kano bit his lower lip in frustration. Aki was right. If the bomb went off amidst a crowd like this, there was no telling how many casualties there'd be. Excuse me, sorry. He needed to do whatever he could as quickly as possible. Get back, everybody! Get back! Aki shouted at the top of his lungs. There's a bomb! Everyone get out of here! Just run! Following his lead, Kano started directing nearby civilians to safety. Alright, mister. Hope you enjoyed. See you around. Get some rest. Okay, read that. Hitomi, Susumu, and the others added their voices to his. There's a bomb! Everybody run! Get away as fast as you can! Please, you all have to get out of here. But the crowd wasn't listening to their warnings. On the contrary, some people hurried closer to see what the commotion was all about. It was no use. They were out of time. Kano had to save Aki at least. He turned back to him and called out, Aki, that's enough! Leave the bomb and let's go! Aki, Hitomi shouted, come on! Aki only clutched the bomb more tightly. What are you doing? Kano screamed. Come with us! Hurry! Still, Aki would not move. Susumu's face went pale. Wait. Aki, your leg. What about my leg? Earlier, when you kicked that steel pipe. The heck? Finally, Kano understood. Wasn't that Aki didn't want to move. He couldn't move. And so he decided to get all heroic and use himself as a human shield to minimize the impact of the explosion on everybody else. That idiot, Kano muttered. If his leg was busted, why didn't he say so? How'd he even make it this far? There couldn't be much time left. If Kano rushed to help him now, he might not make it to safety before the bomb went off. He had to make a decision. It might be a bad end. We have to save Aki, right? It might be a bad end. We might have to make a decision on Aki's side. We have to make the call to save Aki, right? Right? We have to. That's just how it goes. We're not picking A unless this is a bad end. It's gonna be a bad end. We're gonna explode. But we have to try. Kano ran for Aki anyway. He couldn't just abandon him. Aki was being an idiot. He wanted to sacrifice himself for the greater good, but Kano wasn't going to let him do that. To have someone else be your shield? To have them up and give their life for yours? Aki had no idea just how hard that would be on the people he left behind, even if it did save their lives. And until he was capable of comprehending that, Kano wasn't going to just let this kid die. He reached Aki in a matter of moments and grabbed him by the shoulder, hard. Let go of the case, now. But Aki reflexively hunched over. The hell are you doing, man? Why'd you come back here? Just come with me, we have to get out of here. Look, you need to run. I can't move. You've got to be kidding me. Kano squatted down and looked Aki right in the eye. Okay, you can't move on your own, so I'm going to help you move. And unless you want to kill me too, you'd better cooperate. Damn it, don't be a fool, man. The strength ebbed from Aki's hands. Wasting no time, Kano pulled the case away, then slipped an arm around Aki's side. Their legs got entangled as Kano dragged Aki to his feet. Come on, run, the detective shouted when they were upright at last. They needed to get as far away as possible in the few seconds they had left. Kano didn't know how big the explosion was going to be. Palmer had said it would be enough to blow the whole area to smithereens, though, and there had been true terror in his voice when he said it. They just needed to keep moving. Keep running as far as their legs would take them. Aki, Hitomi shrieked. Gonna assume that's gotta be a bad end. Like, there's gotta be a way for us to stop that, right? There was a blinding flash of light. Then, everything went dark. The force of the blast robbed Kano of his senses. He couldn't tell what happened to Aki. That's true, there might not be a way to stop it. And in the end, Kano never even knew what cut his own life short. Bad end, okay. The bomb explodes. So there's a way to stop the bomb from exploding. I think our only option now is Aki. We've got Bad End, we've got Aki. We haven't had a way to go back to him yet, right? I assume Aki will have it. Teteno has ended. There's nothing else we can do with Teteno. One of these jumped to Kano, and one of them jumped to Stanley. So both of those are done. It's gotta be Aki. Which jump to Aki? This one? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we had 37 bad ends at the start of tonight. So we gotta be up to like 40 now? Over to Aki. Cool. Let's see how his side plays out a little bit. Don't know. Clearly more than 71. I'll look up afterwards. I imagine a bunch of them are in this final sequence, clearly. Was this guy Alpharad? The man arrived in front of Hitomi and began speaking to her. Hitomi, Maria, even Aki's father. This must be the guy who was responsible for everything. You hear how bad his leg is? Yeah. Aki felt a pressing urge to flatten him right then and there. Still, he knew he couldn't blow his cover until Kano gave the signal. Suppressing his raw emotions, he readied himself for action. You hurt me and I'll hurt him back. That bill's gonna come due. Protecting Hitomi has to come first. Can't let anything happen. We gotta pick B, right? I have to set aside my hatred right now. I need to just focus on catching this guy. B. It's gotta be B. That's been his whole everything so far. Protecting Hitomi has to come first. I can't let anything happen to her. Why hasn't it happened yet? Why hasn't Kano given the signal? Freeze! Suddenly, Kano rushed forward, his gun drawn. Ignoring the pain in his leg, Aki dashed for Hitomi as fast as he could. He cut in between Kano and Alpharad, quickly pulling Hitomi out of danger. Hitomi, Kano shouted, call Canada again. Shielded by Aki now, she brought up her cell phone and dialed the number. But some time passed and there was no answer. Had there been some kind of trouble on Canada's end? Looking increasingly worried, Hitomi tried calling several more times. Then Alpharad withdrew some strange vials from the attaché case he brought. Kano's face wavered with alarm. This had to be the terrorist trump card then. Kano and Alpharad were having some sort of debate. Aki couldn't hear the specifics, but tensions were clearly running high. Kano hesitantly lowered his gun. We don't need to jump to Kano from here. Yeah. There's probably just a different way to get to him if we had to. Alfred flashed a haughty, confident grin. Looks like it's time for our trump card. Suzumu! Aki shouted at the top of his lungs. At a signal, the gang emerged from the crowd, moving en masse to hem Alfred in. Surrounded? Now the terrorist was visibly at a loss. You certainly don't look like police. You're right about that, Aki said. I mean, just take a look. I gathered up a bunch of people who love Shibuya more than their own lives in order to take your ass down. As he spoke, he made sure to keep Hitomi shielded behind him. The pain in his leg was getting worse and worse, but he tried his utmost not to let it show. There's no escape, he declared. You've... lost. Lost? Me? Well, it sure doesn't look like you're gonna get away. Alfred grimaced at Aki's words. I see. Then it appears our negotiations are at a close. Why did he still seem so confident? Something definitely didn't feel right. This is just a bluff, he knows he can't get away, he really doesn't care if he survives. I don't know if this matters. He really doesn't care if he survives. Oh no. He was going to unleash the virus, accepting that it would kill him too. Alfred met Aki's eyes, and seeing the haunted realization there, the terrorist flashed a wicked and triumphant grin. Enough of the high and mighty act, Suzumu shouted. He began to stomp towards Alfred. But he didn't reach him in time. There they go! The vials in Alfred's hand went sailing high in the air. Look out! Catch him! Catch him! Aki gestured for his comrades to fan out across the open space. The vials seemed to almost vanish against the backdrop of the evening sky. How many of them had this guy even thrown? There was no way to tell for sure. And if even one of them broke open, it would be a death sentence for Shibuya. They had to make sure they caught them all. Spinning around in the midst of the chaos, Aki saw Suzumu catch one vial deftly. Many of the other gang members appeared to have done the same. There's one more, over there! The desperate shout had come from Hitomi. She spotted a vial sailing in a high arc away from all the SOS members. Damn it! Aki launched into motion, ignoring the searing pain in his leg. But the falling vial was so far away. Yeah! It was now or never. He threw himself into a headfirst slide. Nice catch. There goes the leg, yeah. The gang members broke out into cheering and applause. Aki got to his feet and looked around, but saw no sign of either Kano or Alfred. Hey Aki, if you're looking for the detective. Suzumu gestured with his chin. Aki looked and saw Kano far away across the scramble, chasing after Alfred. Soon, both men were lost in the crowd. Aki would have charged off in pursuit as well, but his wounded leg made that impossible. Get him, detective, he murmured under his breath. We're counting on you. Keep out, because we got another way back to him too. We got like 3 ways back to him now, so like it's fine. Yeah, we got all the Aki jumps we could ever need right now. I think. We'll find out if we have all the jumps we need, but we got plenty. Oh hey look, Aki. Go figure. Crazy, right? I know. I hope this one works. Oh, that might not be the right time, though. We might have to go to a later one. No, it works. Never mind. Yeah, we've got so many Aki jumps, it's crazy. No, that is the wrong one. Okay. Fair. Where's the other Aki jump? Ah, Aki, the call. Yep, the phone call. It'd be funny if we ran out of Aki jumps, wouldn't it? There we go. That makes sense in timeline. Yeah, there you go. Timeline-wise, works out. Eventually, Aki spotted Kano on the far edge of the crowd. The detective pumped his fist in victory. It looked like he'd gotten Alfred to cough up the password. Thank goodness. Finally, some really good news. Now Hitomi and Maria were both safe. A surge of relief ran through Aki's body. Unexpectedly, his cell phone rang. It was Stanley. We might need to go back to him. It might have just been a pinball, but we're going to keep with Aki for now. That might work? Mr. Stanley, what's going on? How did the negotiations go? Aki quickly filled him in on the good news. The detective caught Alpharad. He got him to give up the password, and I think he's called the folks at the lab. Excuse me. Does that mean the case is closed then? No, not yet. Right now I need you to do exactly as I tell you. For a moment, Aki's head swam. This isn't over yet. Why? What's going on? If you want to save Hitomi, then shut up and listen, Stanley barked. Alright, tell me what to do. First you need to power down Hitomi's cell phone. Turn off her phone? What for? Was Stanley serious or just messing? Does he sound like he's messing with you? I'm pretty sure that there's a bomb somewhere near your location. A bomb? Aki's voice squeaked into falsetto. The guy that Kano just apprehended is a decoy. The real Alpharad is planning to eliminate Hitomi and the false Alpharad at the same time. Eliminate both Hitomi and his own decoy? Why would he do that? And if the guy they just captured was a fake, then who was the real Alpharad? He couldn't wrap his head around it. The more he tried, the more his thoughts became a jumbled mess. Listen, first turn off that cell phone, then go and look for the bomb. Okay, got it. Right now he just needed to do what Stanley told him to do. He didn't have time to make sense of the situation. Hanging up, he called out to Hitomi. Hitomi, you have to turn off your cell phone. She stared back at him, too confused to act. Look, just hurry up and do it. Right, okay. Pulling her phone from her pocket, she switched the power off. Then Aki turned in Kano's direction. Detective, he shouted. Kano was looking toward him, seemingly already aware that something was amiss. Detective, that's not the real Alpharad. He is a fake. A fake? Kano looked understandably shocked. Yeah, I just got a call from Stanley. He said the real Alpharad is planning to get rid of both Hitomi and the fake with some kind of bomb. I like how that doesn't make the crowd disperse either. This is like the second time in quick succession somebody's yelled the word bomb. Kano hurriedly turned towards the fake Alpharad and began a fresh barrage of questions. Meanwhile, Aki's mind was racing again. If the bomb was meant to wipe out both Hitomi and the imposter, it would have to be pretty powerful. So it couldn't be anything particularly small. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Aki scanned the area, but didn't spot any place that seemed plausible. Then his eyes happened to alight on the attaché case the decoy had discarded. Could it be? No sooner had his suspicion been aroused than he heard Kano call out to him. Check the case! Hurry! He hurriedly opened up the attaché case and searched the interior. But the only things inside were pieces of medical equipment, tubes and syringes and the like. There was nothing that looked remotely like a bomb. Still, where else could the bomb possibly be hidden? Damn it! He had to find the explosive, and soon. He took another hard look at the case. I'll shake it, I'll flip it over, I'll smash it apart. Flip it over? I'll flip it over. Aki lifted the attaché case up high and flipped it upside down. But as he was about to throw it, he heard a faint metallic sound. So maybe shaking it worked. Quickly, he lowered the case again. He was certain the noise had come from inside. Once more, he opened the case and looked inside, but still he saw nothing of note. He tossed the medical equipment aside and slowly tilted the case from side to side. Although it looked empty, there was a distinct sound of something metal sliding back and forth. Shaking it was what I called them. Hold on. Could it be? Aki tugged at the case's inner lining, quickly tearing it free. A bomb. When he looked behind it, his eyes went wide. A thin layer of something that resembled white clay had been affixed inside the cover of the case. Several wires connected it to a small electronic device. This was it. The bomb really was inside the case. Here it is, he shouted to Kano. I found it. Kano hurried over, bringing his captive with him. There, Mr. Palmer, take a look. When he saw what was inside the attaché case, the fake Alpharad went pale. No, it can't be. Alpharad, why? His voice was hoarse with betrayal. Then abruptly, he broke into stilted laughter. Yeah, I feel like we've read this exact thing, but still, trusting someone really does make you blind. Such a simple, childish ruse. And it went right under my nose. The fake Alfred, Palmer, looked over at Kano. "We need to get out of here immediately," he said. "That right there is C4, a high-yield plastic explosive used by the military. And that's enough to blow this whole area to smithereens." Blow the whole area to smithereens? Aki pictured Shibuya reduced to a blasted ruin. Meanwhile, Kano frantically began searching the inside of the attaché case. "A microphone," Kano muttered. "Hey, detective, is that thing gonna explode or not?" Aki tried and failed to keep his voice from wavering. "Looks like it's sound activated, but it hasn't gone off just from having people talking nearby. That means it must be set to explode in response to a specific sound trigger." Specific sound, huh? Now Aki understood Stanley's instructions. "That's it. It must be Hitomi's ringtone. That's why Stanley had me power her cell off." "So that means we're safe then?" Hitomi asked. "It's not going to explode anymore, right?" "Maybe, but I wouldn't bet our lives on it." Kano continued his examination of the case. He carefully loosened the bomb and the cables, pulling them away from the lid of the case. The sight made Aki's heart leap. Then Kano went stock still, as if caught in a hungry predator's gaze. "There's not just a sound trigger." The detective's voice was a raspy whisper. The bomb had also been fitted with a countdown timer. Aki could see the timer now. It had been planted underneath the plastic explosive. His blood ran cold. "Director Kuse, where's that bomb squad?" While Kano made a desperate call to the police, Aki picked up the attaché case and peered inside. The digital timer was steadily ticking down the seconds. Aki scanned the nearby area. There are too many people around the Scramble. Hitomi was there, Susumu was there, several more of his old pals, along with a bunch of innocent bystanders. The people are the lifeblood, Aki reminded himself. The blood that coursed through the body that was the city. Like cells, they brought to life the city he so loved. And Aki wanted to be one of the red, was it white, blood cells of Shibuya. He's thinking white, but that's fine. "Aki," Kano called out, "leave that thing and get out of here." "No way." Aki sat down, cradling the case in his arms. "Aki, what the hell are you doing?" "I'm not going anywhere until everyone's made it to safety. Detective, you need to get these people someplace safe right away. Clear the area first, then I'll go." "There's no way I can do that." "Damn it, don't you want to save these?" I feel like this is going to play out the same way, though. And if the bomb exploding is just what causes that, then us running or not is irrelevant. We gotta find a way to not have it blow up. Kano bit his lower lip. Hitomi wrapped her arms around Aki from behind. "Aki, don't do this." "Hitomi, you need to get out of here too." "Why? Why are you acting so crazy?" Tears blurred her words, and he could feel her trembling against him. "It doesn't matter. Just get as far away as you can." No, I'm not leaving you." After the day they'd spent together, Aki knew full well that telling Hitomi something once wasn't enough to get her to listen. That stubbornness was one of the many things that made her so amazing in his eyes. "Hitomi," Aki clasped one of her hands tightly. "Please, this is the one favor I will ever ask you." His voice came out oddly soft and gentle. "Alright," she told him, "but let me just say one thing first. There are still so many things I want to talk to you about, so much more that I want to know about you. So please, Aki, don't you die on me. Hey, don't worry. Once everyone's made it to safety, I'll clear out of here right away." Hitomi squeezed his hand, then got up and silently hurried away. "Susumu, you and SOS, start getting people out of the area." "Yeah, alright." Susumu turned away and spurred the gang into motion. Then, for an instant, Aki's eyes met Kano's. Aki gave a tiny nod and looked down at the timer. 1:19, 1:18. Get back! Aki shouted at the top of his lungs. Everybody get back! There's a bomb! He held the attaché case tight against himself as he continued shouting. He ran his voice raw, trying to warn the crowd away. Everybody get out of here! Just run! Following his lead, Kano started directing nearby civilians to safety. There's a bomb! The detective shouted. Everybody run! I love the people who are like, wait, there's a bomb? Let me bring you closer. Get away as fast as you can! Susumu waved his arms emphatically. Please, Hitomi added, you all have to get out of here. But the crowd didn't heed their warnings. At last, apparently deciding that the time was up, Kano turned back to Aki. Aki, that's enough. Leave the bomb and let's go. He could hear Susumu and Hitomi shouting as well. There's no time left, man! Aki, come on! 57, 56. The way Palmer had talked about this bomb sounded like a pretty dangerous one. It might be powerful enough to blow up the entire intersection. And there were still so many people nearby. There was no chance they'd be able to get to safety in the few dozen seconds that remained. Aki needed to minimize the force of the blast as much as possible. He cradled the bomb more tightly to his chest, huddling over it. What are you doing? Come with us, hurry! Screamed Kano. I don't think we have to get to Kano here, but whatever. I don't know how powerful this bomb is, but please God, let my body be enough to protect the people of Shibuya, and to protect Hitomi. Aki squeezed his eyes tightly shut. I'm sorry, Suzune. Looks like I won't be able to keep visiting you in the hospital anymore. You'll forgive me though, right? I stuck it through to the end, just like you told me to. Didn't call it quits partway through. So whatever you do, you can't let that disease beat you. Don't you dare let it beat you. Aki drew a deep breath as he finished his solitary little prayer. He couldn't have more than a few seconds left to go. A firm hand grabbed hold of Aki's shoulders. Let go of the case now. It was Kano. What the hell are you doing, man? Why'd you come back here? Just come with me. We have to get out of here. Kano's grip didn't let up in the slightest. Look, you need to run, Aki shouted. I can't move. He clenched his jaw in frustration. It was all too crazy for him to think straight. They shouldn't even be having this argument when the bomb could explode at any moment. You've got to be kidding me, Kano growled in frustration. Okay, you can't move on your own, so I'm going to help you move, and unless you want to kill me too, you better cooperate. You didn't have much time left. Hard to tell what's supposed to happen here? Yeah, I don't know who needs to make the call. Damn it, don't be a fool, man. Because it seems like they're playing out identically. If this doesn't work, I'm going to try Aki not going to him. I don't think that's the right case, but like, just to eliminate that as a possibility. I'm pretty sure it's going to end the same way, but like, I'm going to try that, even though I don't think it's going to work. They hinted that Kano didn't see what killed him, which means it might not be the bomb. It also might be the Stanley jump. That could totally be the case. But like, while we're here, I just want to play it out, I guess. A sharp pain shot through his limp right leg as he lurched to his feet. Kano shouted in his ear, "Come on, run!" Aki didn't have the luxury of thinking anymore. He just had to move his feet. Hitomi cried out from across the scramble, "Aki!" No, it's definitely the bomb. It's definitely the bomb. As the explosion tore through him, he was glad that her voice was the last thing in his world he'd ever hear. It's gotta be Stanley then, and that was Aki's final thought. It's gotta be the Stanley jump, but I don't know if that places us at the right time. The bomb explodes. I don't think there's anything Aki's gonna do from a distance that'll stop it from exploding. It's gotta be the Comet jump. Or it's gotta be the Stanley jump. It has to be, but I don't know how he's gonna help it either. We're gonna do it, but I don't know how he's gonna help. Yeah, because those play out the exact same way. the wrong jump. That's the Kano jump. That won't change anything. Is that the Stanley jump? I think this is... I don't know if the time syncs up, but we'll try it. It's funny that we had to go from Stanley to Aki to Stanley if it is the case, though. Hell yeah, go to Stanley and see how it goes. Broke the keep out, so it's the right one. Which means progress. Please, don't let me be too late, he muttered to himself as he waited for the call to connect. Aki was quick to pick up. Mr. Stanley? What's going on? How did the negotiations go? The detective caught Alvarad, Aki replied happily. He got him to give up the password, and I think he's called the folks at the lab. Does that mean the case is closed then? No, not yet. Right now I need you to do exactly as I tell you. There was a pause before Aki responded. Why? What's going on? Lots of bad ends, yeah. If you want to save Hitomi, then shut up and listen, Stanley snapped. Alright, tell me what to do. First you need to power down Hitomi's cell phone. Turn off her phone? What for? We've heard this from a different perspective already. Pretty sure there's a bomb somewhere near your location. Stanley tried to keep his voice as calm and steady as possible. A bomb? Aki's voice squeaked into falsetto. The guy that Kano just apprehended is a decoy. The real Alpharad is planning to eliminate Hitomi and the false Alpharad at the same time. Stanley didn't have the time to explain that Canada was Alpharad. Besides, it would only confuse the matter all the more at this point. Listen, first turn off that cell phone. Then go and look for the bomb. Okay, got it. Aki hung up. I don't see how this is going to help the bomb. Hopefully the team at the Scramble would be able to pull through. Now Stanley needed to focus on capturing Alpharad. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel. His emotions were coming on far too strongly for him to keep them in check. In the back of his mind, Stanley thought about the last he'd ever seen of Frank. Oh, there'd been nothing left of his brother but a bloodied hand reaching out from beneath the rubble. Oh, he's just gonna drop that on us. Okay. Since that very moment, Jack Stanley had sworn vengeance upon Alpharad. He would never forget the rage he'd felt at having what was left of his family taken from him. Hey Jack, once this is all tidied up, I'm gonna need a drink. Let's you and me have a beer together. Sure, you got it. Stanley sprang into action, leading away the throng of panicking civilians. But all the while, he couldn't help but worry about Frank. We've got almost 30 minutes left. He'll be fine. Backup will definitely be here in time. He did his utmost to reassure himself, but still the doubts gnawed. When the bomb squad descended upon the area, clad in their protective gear, Stanley shot a look at his watch. Explosion Ordnance Disposal Suits, also commonly called bomb suits or blast suits. Worn during bomb disposal operations to protect the wearer from the shock of a blast, or from any hurled fragments an explosion might produce. Such a suit is, however, wholly inadequate to protect the wearer from a large, powerful explosive, such as several hundred grams of C4, detonated at close range. He felt a surge of relief. Only about 15 minutes had passed. There was still plenty of time for them to deactivate the bomb with their liquid nitrogen. Thank God. Frank's gonna be alright. But he got no chance to relish that thought. There was an ear-splitting boom as a powerful shockwave shook the area. Stanley whirled around, staring in horror at the place that his brother had been. Nothing remained but a mound of rubble. A later investigation would reveal that the timer on the bomb's exterior had been a mere ruse. The explosive had never linked to a timer at all. Instead, it had been detonated via remote control. When electrical detonators capable of triggering an explosion with electrical current were invented, they quickly rendered old-style fuses obsolete. In the modern day, many terrorists use small electronics such as cellular phones and keyless entry remotes for cars as explosive triggers. Alpharad had deceived them using a visible timer to lull them into a false sense of security. Stanley had managed to save many lives that day, to be sure, but it had come at the cost of his own brother's life. Had he really made the best decision he could have made? He was still asking himself the same question over and over, even now. But no matter how much he blamed himself, it wouldn't bring Frank back. There was one thing he could still do for his brother. It was getting revenge on Alpharad with his own hands. Stanley had been in constant pursuit of Alpharad ever since. He would stoop to any level for information without remorse. His opponent was someone who would do anything, anything at all, to achieve a goal. It only made sense for him to do the same. At some point, he'd stopped even hesitating to get his own hands dirty. He would charge headlong into any danger if he sensed Alpharad's presence. Even his own life was a price he was willing to pay in the name of vengeance. He could never hope to latch his jaws onto his quarry's throat if he behaved like prey himself. He must be the greater predator. He would cast aside his humanity, would become a blood-stained beast if that improved his chances at the hunt. For the hunt was all that mattered. Pursuit of Alpharad had become his only purpose. So it had been for the past 2 years. Now those years flashed through Stanley's mind in the blink of an eye. As he came back into the moment, he marveled at his own ferocity, and at the depth of the wound he'd suffered. It's gotta be C, right? We don't want him to sink to her level. Like, for sure, we want her stopped, but it's gotta be C. It's gotta be. If I do get my revenge, what would Frank think? When Stanley pictured his younger brother, it wasn't with a smile on his face. The realization gave him pause. In the end, killing Alpharad wouldn't bring his brother back. That went without saying. But although he could see, now, that revenge was an absurd goal, his heart still churned, deep and dark with resentment. I don't know if that'll matter, but finally, the Okoshi Pharmaceutical Laboratory came into view. There were 2 people standing outside the front gate. Yeah, it was Tateno and the girl who was pretending to be Canada. Each had a gun drawn on the other. Somehow, Stanley had made it in time. Who's going to be distracted by the sound of the car? He pulled his car up alongside them and reached down into the gun sleeve concealed beneath his seat. He pulled out a .44 caliber Desert Eagle, one of the most powerful semi-automatic handguns in the world. A semi-automatic handgun designed by Minnesota-based Magnum Research Inc. and manufactured by Israeli Weapons Industries. There are various models chambered for different rounds. The largest, the .50 Action Express 50 AE, is exceptionally powerful by semi-automatic handgun standards. Put your overcompensation away. His orders were to apprehend Alpharad. The smaller Glock in his shoulder holster might be better suited to that end. Even so, he opted for the Desert Eagle. Getting out of the car, he started pacing towards the young woman. Stanley. Tateno glanced over at him, his face pale. Stanley gave a silent nod in reply. He could see the hint of a smile on the girl's face. Probably a smile of overconfidence. Well, her brazenness would get her no further. I got in touch with the others, Stanley said. Told them to turn off Hitomi Osawa's cell phone. He could see her eyes react. I imagine that, by now... Excuse me. They've also managed to deal with the bomb you planted on your decoy. The young woman remained silent. And of course, they managed to bypass the lock inside the lab. You know what this means. Your little plan has failed. Completely. Stanley could see the girl's stare sharpen. He'd chased Alpharad all around the world, only to arrive here, at last, in this little island nation. It had been a long, long journey, and he'd spent a long time suffering. Now, both the journey and the suffering would be over. We meet at last, Alpharad. I don't know how to fix the bomb then. We only have those two left, so it has to be a decision they make. It has to be a decision they make. Leaving Aki doesn't stop the bomb from detonating. Is my thought, but like, I don't know what else we have to choose. Where to handle the bomb? See what this choice was. Oh, okay. That's just where to find the bomb. We knew that's the right choice. That worked out. I don't think changing that would change the bomb at this rate. Unless there's a way to go back far enough to get him to not drop the suitcase, but I feel like that's... I gotta try it. I don't think it's the right call, but I have to start eliminating possibilities. I don't think it's right, but I have to see. He couldn't just rush in without a plan. A detective needed both a cool mind and a fiery spirit. And the more heated the situation was, the more he needed to stay cool. He could feel the muscles in his legs begin to stiffen. He did his best to slow his racing heartbeat as his mind sought desperately for a way out of the situation. But his eyes remained fixed on Aki holding that bomb in his arms. Knowing that it could explode at any moment made it almost impossible to think. The harder he tried to calm himself, the more his panic grew. He cursed himself for not leaping into action immediately. He should have acted before thinking. That was the only thing he was good at. And still he stood, frozen, staring at Aki. Then he felt the hairs rise up on the back of his neck. White smoke was pouring from an approaching minivan. The vehicle teetered to a stop along the shoulder of the road. They've got a machine that can't stop making dry ice. God damn it. I can't believe this became a crucial plot point. I can't believe this became plot relevant. I can't believe this became plot relevant. They've been driving around for hours with that thing. Oh my god. I can't believe it. I'm both impressed and angry right now. Mostly impressed. Also, hey Shadow Rose, welcome to Viperland in the chat. We reaching the end of this tonight, yo. That was from, like, Chapter 2 of Minorikawa. Oh, Rose has been in the shadows? I'm sorry. Still, welcome nonetheless. Like, yay, answers, but also, like, they held that for so long. Still, the smoke spilled out, rolling from a rolling from a partially open window. Kano could feel a strange chill in the air. It's that. Instinctively, he rushed towards it. I can't believe it. I can't believe this. Peering through the minivan's windows. Can't believe that. That is way more a shock than Canada being Alvarad, which was pretty shocking. But, like, peering through the minivan's windows, he saw a clunky box-shaped device in the back. It was rumbling fiercely, spitting out an unending mound of white clumps. A dry ice machine. Hey, Kano yelled, banging hard on the door. Open up! Oh, I bet you they just passed out. By freezing a bomb that used an electronic activation trigger, it was possible to kill the battery cell and deactivate the detonator. The explosive ordnance unit used a liquid nitrogen, but maybe dry ice would work as well. Nitrogen that has been cooled to a liquid state with a temperature below negative 195.8 degrees Celsius. It can be poured onto explosives to stop the function of components such as the battery cell for the detonator. However, in situations where the surrounding area can be safely secured, it is preferable to destroy the explosive via detonation rather than simply arrest its functions. I'm sorry, Jude. I'd go through this quicker if I could. I really would. I'm sorry. Carbon dioxide in its solids. I have to read these though. A, they could have jumps, and B, like I gotta. I passed out really early tonight. Ended up waking up now, which kind of sucks. Sorry to hear that, man. Sorry to hear that. Like you woke back up. Like, carbon dioxide in its solid state, because it evaporates at negative 79 degrees Celsius at standard atmospheric pressure. It must be kept refrigerated or it rapidly dissipates into mist. Plus it's used in smoke fog machines. The odds of dry ice being able to stop the detonator of a bomb are quite low. Battery cells do lose electromotive force in a sub-zero environment, but there's no guarantee that this will actually work. Electrofreeze the detonator, yeah. They probably have even less than that, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely ride or die, you know. Oh, sorry, Potions. There were 3 men inside the vehicle. Kana shouted at the one in the driver's seat, "I need to borrow that machine!" Uh-huh. The man replied in a lethargic drawl, "Yeah, they've got oxygen deprivation. They're gonna pass out." "No way, man! We haven't even paid this thing off yet." There's no time to explain or negotiate. Kana was just going to have to take it by force. No. No. Yes! Hold it right there! Another man appeared suddenly in front of the vehicle. The pushy fellow Kano had run into at the scene of the explosion. "You guys are with that Wandering Angels theater troupe, yeah?" he said to the van's occupants. Episode 6, The Finale. The minivan carrying Tozuka, Bando, and Amo veered wildly through the streets of Shibuya, leaving a trail of white smoke in its wake. The trio, now definitively impaired by oxygen deprivation, came close to causing several accidents. Teetering on the brink of consciousness, they were still trying to reach Endo Electronics when they ran into Kano and his companions instead. After Kano takes the machine off their hands, the three will happily head back to the theater to clean up, crack open some beers, and look back over one long, crazy day. Damn. Good window, too, by the way, girl. I don't know whether... I wanted to just do one Soya, but I was like, I could do the whole thing. I could do the whole thing. Said to the van's occupants, he pointed at the dry ice machine. "That thing's defective." He made a promise. The guy from the electronics store said he'd refund your deposit. Huh? For real? Copyright Scramble. Yeah, he told me to tell you that the machine has been recalled. We'll bring it back for you, so hurry up and open the door. Yeah. Okay. Newcomers helped the 3 men unload the dry ice machine from the minivan. Then he turned to Kano. It's the sound of just overwhelming amounts of dry ice. Here. He seems worse for wear than last we saw him, doesn't he? Hurry up and take it, he shouted. When was the last time we saw him? So much has happened. Like, when was the last time we actually... Oh, never mind. He got the stuffing kicked out of him. He looks perfectly the right amount of worse for wear. Never mind. Copyrights be dead. Yeah, he got beaten to hell and back. Here, hurry up and take it, he shouted. Right, thanks. Kano wasn't sure what was going on, but he took the machine and ran, pushing it ahead of him across the pavement. "Aki," Hitomi wailed, tears in her eyes. The detective blew right past her, trailing a billowing plume of white smoke in his wake. He's very... I mean, if that was going to be his plan, he had to be sturdy. Please let me make it in time. I mean, he didn't die to Miku's beatings. That's impressive enough. Like, he almost did, but didn't actually die. He could take that hit. Please let me make it in time. Please let me make it in time. Please let me make it in time. Kano let loose a wild yell. He ran as fast as his legs would take him towards Aki and the bomb. I can't imagine needing to go over to him right now, yeah. Oh, we might have to. Game, come on! But that changes Aki's story. Because now, Kano doesn't come up to him. So we'll hit a keep out with him, we'll jump over to that. Game. He cradled the bomb more tightly to his chest. Yeah, we read this already, so we're just gonna... We'll go to the point where Kano would have come up. I think it's there. I'm sorry. No, we got this bit. We got that before. You couldn't have more than a few seconds left to go. Aki! It was Hitomi. He was glad that her voice was the last thing in this world he'd ever hear. Or so he thought. Aki, bring the bomb over here! Huh? That wasn't Hitomi's voice. Aki opened his eyes and saw Kano racing towards him, pushing some big, weird piece of machinery. Yeah, the chapter theme too, or the preview. The detective flipped open the machine's cover to reveal a huge mound of dry ice. Stick it in here! Flash freezing the timer ought to stop it. Aki did as he was told, shoving the attaché case into the dry ice. Kano helped him pile— ooh, that's gotta hurt. Pile more dry ice on top of it. Don't touch dry ice with your bare hands, folks. Don't do it. Bad plan. Would not recommend. Not that I've done it myself, but still, don't do it. Use gloves. I mean, they don't have the option right here, but still, in real life, don't touch dry ice with your bare hands. Let's hope that's enough, Kano exclaimed. It looked like a man desperate for a miracle. Can confirm. See, exactly. Potions clearly knows. I've only heard not to do it, so like, just that little helpful tip of like, don't actually. They could see the timer display through a gap in the frozen hydrogen, still counting down. To be continued, right? Was this not going to work? Aki and Kano held their breaths. Do we get another chapter at 1:22 a.m. game? Are you really gonna do this to me? Are you really gonna do this to me? Now? Now that we've seen these words, we have to keep this going. I'm ending this tonight now. It says epilogue. This is the end. I don't know how long it's going to be. Ideally, about a half hour. But at this rate now, we have to see it through. She felt a hand firmly clutching her own as she hazily returned to consciousness. Epilogue 2, don't even. Hey, good luck, May. This hand, whose is it? Yeah, my father's? Epilogue 3.0, you cannot finish this game. Maria's eyelids slowly drifted open. Maria, you're all right now. Her father was indeed beside her, holding her hand. Okay, do you know what? We could use a lighthearted beach episode after this. A surprising warmth radiated from his slender, bony palm. Dad. She was lying on a sofa. She craned her neck to look around, still trying to process what was going on. There were several monitors set up around the room. Where are we? At my laboratory. You were infected with a virus, but I've given you the antiviral. You don't have anything to worry about. He squeezed Maria's hand even more tightly. That hurts. Ah, right. Sorry. Osawa eased up on the pressure in his daughter's hand, but he didn't let go entirely. This feels so strange, Maria muttered, staring up at the ceiling. Wonder why. What does? Having you hold my hand. I used to hold your hand like this when we'd go on walks together, when you were very little. I doubt you remember that, though. Maria considered. It was true. She didn't have any clear memory of her father holding her hand like this. And yet the touch of her father's palm felt distantly familiar. Gently, she squeezed back. It's been a while, hasn't it? She said. I mean, me looking you in the eye while I'm talking to you? It's only because I didn't look you in the eye. Osawa hung his head. I'm so sorry, he said. Please, forgive me. I never meant to hurt you like I did. Wait, hold on. Maria was taken aback. I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean, hurt me? Back on that rainy day. Osawa told Maria about the day she'd run away from home. About how he'd known where she had gone, but hadn't gone to find her. about how he'd given in to his anger and struck her once she came back home. When he'd finished, he hung his head once more. "I'm so sorry. I've been such a terrible father." Maria cracked an impish smile. "Oh yeah, I guess that did happen." Osawa frowned. "You know," she said, "I'd totally forgotten about that. Till you mentioned it just now, I mean." "No, I can't believe that," Osawa replied. "The way I hurt you, He sounded so disappointed in himself. "Dad, it's not like I can let myself dwell on each and every detail of my childhood. I mean, in the 19 or so years I've been alive, I've been hurt in lots of different ways. A child experienced so much more than what her parents knew. That was what growing up was all about. It was a happy thing, but also a little bit sad." Osawa was visibly gripping with his feelings. "I see," he said. "Guess you have gone through much pain." "Oh yeah, but there have been more things that were fun and happy." "I see. It's the sum of all these things that have made me who I am today, so please, don't worry so much about the past." "I see. Dad, you keep saying I see. Stop it." "Sorry. It's just... this is all so difficult to say." Osawa was trying and failing to hold back tears. Maria wasn't quite sure what those tears were for, but she felt a prickle of embarrassment. Shyly, she looked away, and her eyes alighted on one of the monitors. The screen showed a view from outside the lab. "Who are those people?" she asked, pointing. Osawa looked and his eyes widened in shock. 3 people with guns were facing off with one another. Maria recognized one of them, Teteno, the man with the cane. "Why are those 2 pointing guns at your friend?" Osawa's voice was shaking. "My friend? What do you mean?" "The one you met when you went to the Middle East, you know, Canada." Osawa switched the monitor to show a different camera angle. A close-up of the young woman's face appeared on the screen. Maria was at a loss for words. That certainly wasn't Canada. It was the girl who'd come to tell Maria that Hitomi was going to be kidnapped. Canada's friend. Oh, okay. It had happened 3 days earlier. While Maria was on her way home from campus, a girl approached her, telling her she was a friend of Canada's. "Canada asked me to pass along a message," she said. Then she showed Maria a video recording. The video quality was quite poor and the voice indistinct. "There's a terrorist who's after the antiviral agent your father is developing." Maria listened in shock as the message continued. The terrorist plan was already in motion, and Hitomi had been infected with a killer virus. Your father used the antiviral to save Hitomi, but the terrorist planned on that. I'll spare you the details, but there's a way to extract the antiviral from Hitomi's blood. Stealing the drug from the laboratory directly is too problematic. The terrorist intends to get it directly from your sister. Hitomi is certain to be kidnapped sometime in the next few days. And so, I have something to ask of you. I'd like you to get kidnapped in her place. Since you're twins, it should be possible for you to trade places without the kidnappers realizing it. I gave the girl who's passing along this message a necklace outfitted with a small GPS beacon. Make sure you wear the necklace. Switch it on and it'll allow me to keep tabs on your location. I promise I'll come and rescue you. Please, help me. This is the only way we can keep the antiviral and Hitomi safe. The video ended and the girl handed Maria a necklace with an ornate pendant and showed her the hidden switch on the back. "Canada's coming to Japan?" Maria asked. "She's already here. She's ready to risk her life for this mission." "Risk her life?" Maria started uneasily. "So this terrorist is after the antiviral drug. Is it Alpharad?" The girl looked shocked. "You know about Alpharad?" "Canada told me that taking down Alpharad is her purpose in life, but... But Alpharad has ties to the CIA, so it's hard for Canada to get any good leads." "That's true. Which reminds me, you should have this." The girl held out a photograph. "This man is dangerous. Stay away from him. He's an ally of Alpharad." Maria did her best to burn the man's image into her mind. "Alright," the girl said. "I've passed along everything Canada wanted me to tell you. What you do next is up to you." So, Wesker is Canada. Well, Wesker disguised themselves as Canada. So wait, what the heck has been going on while I've been asleep? Osawa recoiled from the ferocity in his daughter's face. That Canada girl thought of a way to save you. He went on to explain the plan to get the antiviral out of the locked-down laboratory. Once again, Maria stared at the monitor. As she eyed Canada's friend, another memory from before she blacked out drifted to the surface. Yeah, that's how she blacked out. Yep, South America? Suddenly it dawned on Maria what this girl was planning. She pretended to be Canada in order to get into the lab, she said, scowling at the image on the monitor. Saul looked at the screen and then at his daughter's face. Well then, who in the world is she? Maria already had the answer. There was no doubt about it. That girl was Alpharad. The instant she realized this, she knew they were in danger. If Alpharad managed to infiltrate the lab, there was no way she'd be satisfied with simply getting her hands on the antiviral. She sowed ruin everywhere she went. Is something wrong? Osawa asked uneasily. Maria, what is it? Maria's mind was racing. She spoke her thoughts out loud. She's going to kill you so the drug can't be recreated. No, that's not thorough enough. She's going to destroy this whole facility. But how? Big possibilities tumbled through her mind, but she couldn't be sure what the terrorists might be planning. It's a bomb. It's always a bomb. It's always a bomb with her. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Don't worry, Osawa said. I don't know who that girl is, but right now she's outside the lab. There's no way she can kill me or plant a bomb in here or anything. Yeah, I know. Maria gave a tiny nod, but something gnawed at the back of her mind. Ha ha ha, make sure you wear the necklace. Hurriedly, Maria took hold of the pendant that hung around her neck. As soon as she did, she felt a chill run up her spine. She went back over the details of Alpharad's plan as her father had explained it. And then, finally, so, for what it's worth, my question of how she got a bomb in there was very relevant. Very relevant. I was like, wait, no, how? I didn't have the answer, but it was a relevant question. I've got it. Osawa straightened up. You've got what? I need to get out of here where those three are. Don't be absurd. I have to go. On the bad end, she died? Yeah, oh, for sure. Osawa peered closely at his daughter's face. Words weren't going to stop her, and as he realized that, his own face stiffened with determination. Alright, but I'm going with you. I can't let you rush into danger all by yourself. Thank you, Dad. Maria tried to get up from the sofa, but she was struck by a wave of vertigo and her knees buckled. Are you alright? Osawa caught her by the arm. This is probably a side effect of the antiviral. You shouldn't push yourself too much. Maria looked at her father's anxious face and shook her head. Don't worry, I'll be okay. If there's one thing we know is that Tama's strong. Well, that's something we know for sure. Her body was weak with lethargy, her mind trapped in a disorienting haze. Every step was a monumental effort, but she clenched her jaw and forced herself onward, making her way down the laboratory hallway. Like, Canada probably stronger since she trained her, but like, we know she's strong enough that even when she can't remember it, she can beat a perfectly trained fighter in straight up Ultra Instinct combat, yeah. In a mascot suit, which is crazy. A whirlwind of anger and sadness spurred her onward. Alpharad was masquerading as Canada. The cruel truth was all too clear. The terrorist would never have been able to get away with the deception if Canada were still alive. Which means that Canada must be... Maria fought to hold back her tears. It was too early to cry just yet. That could wait until after she put a stop to Alpharad's plan. Part of me definitely hopes that the real Canada somehow shows up to save the day, but I also feel like that would be underwhelming compared to them actually solving it themselves. Using her rage to suppress her sorrow, she shoved open the door in front of her. Like, Deus Ex Canada, it's like it would work, but like, that isn't Canada. Yeah, they know. Maria's voice exploded into the silence of the standoff. I doubt we're getting better testimony than that, Stanley said. His gun's still at the ready. There's no talking your way out of things this time. The expression on Alphared's face didn't change. She stood still, a mannequin without a soul. What did you do to Canada? Maria demanded, marching unsteadily forward towards the terrorist. Maria, stay back, Asawa exclaimed. She ignored him. Hey, don't get any closer, Teteno barked. He looked exhausted, on the verge of collapse. Answer me, Maria cried, still advancing. What happened to Canada? But still, Alphared said nothing. Stanley, too, began edging towards her. Doesn't matter what you ask, he said. She won't tell you anything. Bit by bit, he inched closer. He's going to try to take her down. Yeah, that ain't gonna work. Let me turn your question around, Alfred said abruptly. What do you think? Maria paused, confused. What do I think about what? What do you think happened to Canada? The corners of her lips twisted up, shaping a mirthless smile. You killed her, didn't you? Maria's words came out as a whisper. What was that? I couldn't quite hear you. You killed Canada, didn't you? This time Maria cried out with a biting fury. Alfred snickered. She's provoking me, Maria thought, forcing herself to swallow her rage. She couldn't let herself get caught up in Alfred's game. I like how she realized it way before Teteno did. Teteno went on like a deep personal journey for like 5 minutes, and Maria's like, oh shoot, she's provoking me. Yeah, okay, got it. She couldn't let herself get caught up in Alfred's game, or her anger would spill out of control. Why are you laughing? By force of will, Maria made her voice firm and steady. Because I'm guessing you weren't expecting me to show up here. Alfred raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. This thing here, it's a bomb, isn't it? Maria held out the necklace. A what? Stanley furrowed his brow. Ah, of course. Even if we managed to catch you here, you'd still be able to destroy the lab. Still, the smile remained on Alfred's face. Everything's a bomb. Killer Queen has already touched everything in a mile radius. She seemed to be enjoying watching the others figure out her intentions. But you can't trigger the bomb with me standing this close to you, can you? Maria locked eyes with Alfred. Unless you're prepared to sacrifice yourself. She stood like an image of bravery, while on the inside her apprehension threatened to tear her apart. Man, Maria, a 19-year-old college girl, put on a braver face than Teteno. Like, distinctly braver face. Touched everything in Canada. She could feel her heart thudding so furiously that she thought it might explode. Again. 19-year-old college student versus trained detective. She's got him blown away. Cold sweat trickled down her spine. Only her rage at Canada's murder kept her from backing down. Go ahead and blow yourself up if that's what you want, she said, but you'll die with nothing. Your death will mean nothing, but not mine. My death will avenge Canada's. And I thought the epilogue was going to be like, oh man, yeah. Silence fell outside the laboratory gates. Stanley and Teteno stood frozen, their guns still trained on Alfred. Both men were ready to pull the trigger at the slightest provocation. Just how long had they been there, staring one another down? Hey, Ramen! Wow! You picked a time. Right, Ramen? Right? Oh, the passage of time seemed to slow, seconds drawn into hours. Yeah. I can't believe it. Potions called that so early. And started getting the details, too. Like, called it early, but then started backing it up with evidence. Like, sure, epilogue is the right word for this? Kind of feels too important? Yeah, I agree. Asawa swallowed audibly. Finally, Alfred tossed her gun onto the pavement and held up both hands in surrender. I don't believe it, but Stanley wasted no time springing forward to secure her. He gave her a thorough pat-down from behind. He removed a small device that looked like a detonator from one of her pockets. On your knees. Alfred did as she was told. Good. Now hands behind your head. Try anything funny and I will shoot. Without a word, Alfred placed her hands on the back of her head, fingers laced together. What are you playing at? Stanley growled disdainfully. Finally realized you can only push your luck so far? No, she's got another plan, I guarantee, but... She responded with a faint snicker. It's not my policy to resist when things are hopeless. Her tone was detached, her intentions unreadable. Good. That'll make this easy. Stanley kept the barrel of his gun pointed at Alpharad's head. This is for my brother. The words hung in his throat, unspoken. A surge of emotion coursed through him. Just a tiny bit more pressure from his index finger, and he could put a bullet right through Alpharad's head. His long journey would finally reach its conclusion. But although he had wished for this moment more than anything, his finger did not move. If he pulled the trigger now, would that truly be the end? His mind reeled at the implications. Tadeno watched Stanley closely, eventually letting out a tiny sigh of relief. They were in this together, after all. Now they just needed to be careful not to let down their guard. He kept one eye on Alpharad as he went to pick up the gun she discarded. But he was too late. The gun was gone. This is for Canada. Ooh. Maria had lunged forward, snatching up the gun. Maria, no! Osavo cried. What are you thinking? She ignored her father, taking aim at Alfred's forehead. Canada's dead, and you're gonna pay. A smoldering rage she fought to hold back blazed up with renewed fury. Maria, Stanley said calmly, put down the gun. He had nothing but words to stop her. There was no telling what Alfred might do if he took his gun off her. What will this accomplish? He asked, keeping his tone as level as possible. Maria's face remained awash with anger. Maria, her father pleaded. Please don't do this. Tadeno took a step forward. Go on. Hand me the gun, he said. Stay back! Maria's arms trembled as she aimed the gun. Everyone stood frozen, not even daring to breathe. The slightest wrong move might bring disaster. The silence roared. I like that as a line. I like that. The silence roared. I don't care, Alfred sneered. You want to shoot? Then shoot. You do want to avenge Canada, don't you? I'm not convinced Canada's dead. Only because clearly Alfred would say anything to piss them off. Yes. Yes, I do. Maria tightened her grip on the gun. I mean, it might be, but also try this. Making it might have been the best part of the entire game. The fact that that ended up being plot relevant is absurd, and I love it. And I hate it, but mostly I love it. Memories of her friend drifted through her mind. To Maria, born into peace, meeting Canada had been like touching a world beyond her own. A far more complicated world. Canada had blood on her hands from the time she was a little girl. A walking contradiction of cruelty and childishness. Oh. I know there's an anime sequel to this. That's all I know. Boss Man is Canada in disguise. There's apparently an anime sequel. According to, I think Ramen said it, either Ramen or Jude, or somebody said it in chat. Keep in mind, Spike Chunsoft anime sequels are not known to be good. I don't know anything about it. I'll look it up after this because I'm committed. I have to watch it. But like, just temper expectations. It's got a really good, like, actually, like, now I'm gonna have to look it up. But like, a walking oh, I read that. And yet, she had lived her life according to her own unshakable beliefs. Not like the Danganronpa. Yeah, because the Danganronpa ones are like, not good. Really, Ramen? I mean, I was going to look it up anyway, but like, okay, I can't think about that now because this, but like, meeting her had made Maria think hard about her own identity. But I can guarantee you I will be locating that. I'm going to check and see if it's on Crunchyroll. If it's not on Crunchyroll, I'm going to acquire it another way. But like, if it is actually on Crunchyroll, guys, we'll get to that game. Looking that up might be spoilers. We're so close, just like Amazon Prime, I'll find a way then. We're so close. Don't focus. What did it mean to be Japanese? No, that wasn't the question. What did it mean to be Maria Osawa? That was the crux of it all. They had been able to find common ground despite differing ideals because both possessed an unshakable sense of self. The tense equilibrium came crashing down as Maria let out a shout. "This is for Canada!" She pulled the trigger, but her shot went wide, shattering the window of a nearby car. The sudden gunshot caught Stanley off guard. Alpha Red didn't miss her opening. She rolled swiftly across the pavement, drawing the small pistol she'd hidden in an ankle holster. Maria hastily tried to aim for a second shot. Oh no! Dad? I saw a collapse at Maria's feet. Dad! Father went limp. Stanley dived at Alpharad. He grabbed hold of her right wrist, the one clutching the gun, and slammed her head down hard against the pavement. She made no attempt to resist. In a moment, he had subdued her. "Maria, you're not hurt, are you?" Sawa croaked feebly as his daughter gathered him up in her arms. "I'm fine, but Dad, you're..." Blood was gushing through Osawa's shirt. Maria pressed her hand against the wound, but the bleeding wouldn't stop. "Look, just hurry. Get here as fast as you can." Teteno was on a cell phone calling for an ambulance. "I know there's a traffic jam, just figure something out, please." His voice was ragged with desperation. "Dad, hang in there." Large tears streamed from Maria's eyes. So this is what it's like. Osawa lay with his head on his daughter's lap, struggling to rasp out his words. "My body just reacted before I had any time to think. I finally understand what a virus must feel like." His eyes were hollow. "I never told you in Hitomi, did I? About what started my fascination with virus research." "Dad, try not to talk right now." Maria squeezed her father's hand. Almost imperceptibly, he squeezed back. "Probably isn't a very interesting story," he said, "but I'd like for you both to hear it anyway." "I know, and we will. After this, I promise we will." Maria's words brought a contented smile to Osawa's face. "I'm glad. So glad. It's all right, just don't talk right now. This time, at least, I was there for you." Osawa slowly shut his eyes. "Dad?" Maria said. But her father didn't answer. "Dad, don't die. You can't die." The sound of ambulance sirens wailed in the distance. Maria clutched her father's hand, trying to make her grip firm and reassuring, just as his had been for her back inside the laboratory. "Please, don't die." She repeated the words inwardly over and over and over. "That's not an ambulance." A black car of foreign make arrived at the laboratory and pulled up to the curb. Stanley's superior, Gordon, emerged from the back. "Cool. Do you guys have medical training?" Like, an extensive amount? A few of his men followed and promptly placed Alfred in handcuffs. "Cool, you couldn't have done that quicker. Also medical..." "Well done," Gordon said. Stanley gave him a slight nod. "I'll be taking Alfred back to headquarters. You can finish up here." "Ambulance. Medical. Doctors. One of you guys." "Understood, sir." "Cool." Gordon shoved Alfred in the back seat and slid in alongside her, and the car drove off. "Wow. Not even a..." "Who was that just now?" Teteno asked Stanley. "My boss." "Sorry, but we'll be taking Alfred into custody." "You will, huh?" Teteno frowned, but decided not to press the point. "She's totally escaping." Yeah, that was all the info we had about her, and yeah. The ambulance arrived at last, and Osawa was loaded inside. Maria remained at his side, still weeping, still softly calling out to him. He could sense her there, though. Her voice sounded awfully far away. Is this the end, then? He was vaguely aware that he was dying, but he was not afraid. At the far end of a hazy tunnel, he could still see Maria. My, she had grown. She had grown so very much. If he were an organism that multiplied by dividing itself, he would die knowing that he had left his best selves behind. He had only one wish now, that Maria and Hitomi would go on to lead happy lives. His vision was growing steadily more dim. Tiny motes of light flickered and wavered faintly before his eyes. It looked a lot like the very first time he had ever peered through a microscope, and that was enough for him. Maybe he'll be okay. Unexpectedly, Maria's cell phone rang in Sammy's pocket. I mean, Sasayama was okay. Right? He'd managed to give it back to her, but the ambulance had already departed. The phone continued to ring for some time, but eventually fell into a death-like silence. And I feel like we're far past the point of making any decisions. This is 0002. So 1202. Oh, the bomb. Aki held his breath. He could no longer feel the seconds ticking by. The numbers on the display were changing more and more slowly. But still he watched in fear. 0002. It was impossible not to fixate on the countdown. 0002. 2. Kano and Aki continued to stare at the timer. 2. It had stopped. The timer had actually stopped. We did it! Aki dropped to his knees with a cry of triumph. The rest of the Shibuya Scramble burst into cheers. You are one reckless guy, you know that? Kano held his hand out. Aki grinned up at him. That makes two of us. The two clasped hands firmly, their handshake conveying more than any words could have. Aki. Susumu came rushing over. You did it, man. I knew you could do it. The two bumped fists. Ah, it weren't just me, Aki said. Could never have done it without you guys' help. Susumu smiled bashfully. Hey, Susumu. Take care of SOS for me. You got it. Susumu looked him squarely in the eye. Aki gave a little nod, and the two solemnly bumped fists again. And suddenly, there was a blinding flash. Aki spun around to see Chiaki standing there, beaming happily. Her digital camera ready for another shot. Hey, everyone gather up! Minorikawa called over to Aki and his pals. You guys are the heroes of Shibuya. Photo time, everyone, Chiaki said. Get ready. The young men struck a pose together. Wait, her too. Minorikawa ushered Hitomi over to stand with Aki. Hitomi. Aki stared at her shyly. It was all thanks to Hitomi that he'd been able to do what he had done. Keeping Shibuya safe. Keeping his promise to Suzune. Hitomi had been his inspiration for it all. There were so many things he wanted to say, but he couldn't get the right words out. Aki, Hitomi's cheeks were damp with tears. Hey now, little lady, Minorikawa called. No crying, now. Come on, show us a smile. He struck a goofy pose beside Chiaki. At last, the smile returned to Hitomi's face. It really is the best, Hitomi looked up at Aki in confusion. Your smile, he said. It's the best. I don't care what anyone else says. He spoke so earnestly that Hitomi couldn't help but smile even more. Okay, here we go, people. Get your best faces on. Still his face caked in blood. At Minorikawa's signal, everyone let out a joyous victory cry. Come on, guys, Susumu shouted. Let's lift Aki up where everyone can see him. The members of SOS let out another roar. Huh? No, you don't gotta do that, guys. Hey, cut it out. But Aki had already been swallowed up by the enthusiastic throng. Heave ho! Heave ho! Heave ho! There in the middle of the scramble, Aki was being hailed as a hero. Kano looked on with a satisfied smile. What they had achieved together was nothing less than a miracle. It had taken a lot of luck, and more than a few coincidences, for them to stop the bomb. Yeah, coincidences? Kano muttered to himself. No, that wasn't right. This was something different altogether. Fate. That's what it was. And not just one person's fate. The destinies of several people had collided, gathering momentum until coincidence became inevitability, and Shibuya was saved. The raucous crowd tossed Aki high into the air again and again. All planned out. As a plainclothes detective, Kano would probably never be showered with adulation quite like that. Well, that was alright. A detective's duty was to ensure the safety of the people. He didn't put his life on the line so that he could be a hero. Just seeing all those smiles, that was good enough for him. Kano only needed the approval of one person, and that was Rumi. Rumi. I hope she managed to get out of Shibuya okay. Suddenly worried, Kano pulled out a cell phone. There was a whole bunch of things he wanted to tell her. He couldn't share the whole story, police rules wouldn't allow it, but he wanted to let her know as much as he could. That the kidnapping case had been resolved safely, for instance. That he'd learned about the tortured past of the detective he so admired. That his partner was going to pull through. That he'd managed to finally talk to her father. That he'd put his life on the line to save Shibuya from danger. Hell of a day. Rumi would listen quietly to the very end, and then, Kano thought, he knew just what she'd say. Short and sweet, in that gentle voice of hers. Good job. Short and sweet, yeah. And we get credits. Holy crap. Obviously we're sitting through it, like, obviously. So. The fact that it's on Amazon means maybe, I don't know if they let us do it for the anime, I know they let us do it for the show, for the movies. There's a lot of restrictions on it. We might be able to do a watch party for it. We might actually be able to stream watching that. I'm going to look into it. I'm going to look into that, honestly. I'll let you guys know by, like, tomorrow, because if not, I assume we all want to watch that show. Yeah, no. Not yet. For sure. But, like, if we can do a watch party of that, honestly, officially, if not, we'll all just end up watching it on our own and talking in the anime section, I'm sure. But, like, if we can actually officially watch it... I'm gonna have to go back through this and find out who Mr. Bossman was, or look it up on IMDb, but... Till we see true end? Oh, of course not. Of course not. It's not until... Oh, do you think there might be a true end? I feel like this is the type of game that's got, like, one path. Like, the Platinum seems to be filling the other endings, but there might be a post-credit scene or something, so, like, obviously we're watching it through. We'd watch it anyway, but, like... But yeah, for sure, we're not gonna look it up right now, I meant post-stream. Assuming there's is a true end. I don't know what it entails, but there is one. Oh. Okay. Huh. Okay. Obviously we're going for that. Like, but it won't... The problem is we're at the right ending time for tonight, but I don't think a true end would take us long enough for another night, and I don't want to leave it for another night. Yeah. We have to keep going. But I might have to look up how to get a true end, because I don't want to fumble through it at this rate. And visual novels can sometimes have obtuse true endings. Like, I love Steins Gate, but you're not getting the Steins Gate true ending without looking it up. Sorry, you're just not. Like, you're just not. I love the game, would recommend it to anybody, but like, once you go through the game, you should look up how to get the final ending, because... It's true ending. I don't want to see the true ending, I want to know how to get to it. Dear the Luca, yeah. It sounds like it's not that hard. Well, let's let this go. Gordon and Alfred sat in the back seat as the car sped along the highway. Here. Gordon tossed the handcuff key. God damn it. Handcuff key to the seat beside him. What happened down at the Scramble? Alfred asked, picking up the key and unlocking her cuffs. God, I hate... Like, we knew it, but also, like... Leland Palmer was arrested by the Japanese police, and the bomb in the attaché case was defused, apparently. Still, Palmer shouldn't pose a problem once we get him into CIA custody. I see. Much obliged. You really got yourself backed into a corner, though, didn't you? Gordon said. Yeah. I was only able to accomplish half of what I intended. Half? Alfred produced a vial from her pocket. It was filled with red liquid. Is that... Hitomi's blood? Gordon asked. Indeed. I managed to acquire the antiviral. But... when? Gordon peered at her in bewilderment. When I blew up the minivan. In the dim light of the vehicle, Alfred's eyes shone darkly, like those of a wounded animal. Extracting the blood from Hitomi while she was unconscious had been a simple matter. Saving the girl's life had been more than just a means of ensuring her trust. Alfred had been looking for the right moment to carry out the extraction. Total secrecy was essential. If it became public knowledge that the drug existed, and that some of it had been stolen, the value of the Uva virus would plummet. Our primary objective here was to destroy that research facility. Still, getting our hands on the antiviral is better than nothing. Well done as always, Alfred. I don't know, man, honestly. Yeah, it's the CIA, it's a magic cooling file, which means that at the end of it all, the CIA wants to weaponize the Uva virus, which, to be fair, sounds like the CIA, like, wholeheartedly, yeah. If Maria Osawa had remained inside the facility, her plan would have succeeded. Everything else up to that point had gone off without a hitch. One thing Alfred hadn't anticipated was Maria bringing the bomb outside. She had injected Maria with a knockout drug back at Endo Electronics that should have kept her from moving around for a while, even after she regained consciousness. And in any case, she wouldn't have expected the girl to just march into the midst of an armed standoff. She had been certain that Maria would never leave the lab. She had misjudged how strong the girl's feelings for Canada were. Maria's body had been put into a state of torpor. There were a bunch of people pointing guns at each other, and still she had been undeterred. Alfred's plan had hinged on Maria's relationship with Canada, and ironically, that same relationship had made the plan fall apart. It was true that she'd accomplished half of her goals, but Alfred still couldn't shake her sense of failure. She softly bit her lip as she gazed out through the car window. The bright windows of a few buildings shone out in the midst of the otherwise darkened city. A group of tiny lights that refused to be washed out by the darkness. So, there is a true end. It appears to be 4 choices that we have to pick the right choice on that have already happened. So, just go to, I just looked up a quick thing of like character name, timestamp, decision number. So we're just going to pick those. It's possible we've already picked them. I don't know. Probably not, otherwise we would have gotten the ending, but... Bonus content added to the title screen. Oh, the end? Question mark? Do the normal ending. Okay. Previews added to bonus content. Pop quiz added to bonus content. Saving system data. Good. Save complete. Okay, so the game was very clear, like, I just want to take a quick peek. I'm not going to go long into it, because we want to see the ending. Pop quiz. Oh, the previews we can watch. That's cool. Yeah, I'm seeing the ending. We're close enough. It doesn't seem like it's a long thing to get to. I'm doing it. We'll worry about the pop quiz and stuff. That's goofy stuff we can do off camera. Got 43 bad ends. Alright, so Kano 1905, have to pick option A. Kano 1905. Is that one? Is that one? There's a lot of 1905s for Kanos. Oh, this is 1905, so it's one of these two. I'm going to assume it's this one. Just want to know the password. Yeah, it says specifically you need to choose all the forgiveness mercy options. So I guess this is the one that is the least aggressive towards him. I don't know how far we have to play it through, but we'll just do a little bit. Until it says save. Just hold X. So I guess that was like the least antagonistic towards him. Then Aki 1900 picks C. And it's entirely possible we've already picked some of these. Did that save? If we hit this. It says A. Okay. Aki 1900. 1900, he has to hit C. Select the target in 14 after a while, deselects the target if set. That's weird, that shouldn't happen. I don't know. Other people may know better. If nobody here knows, you can try the... Yeah, that shouldn't happen. Yep. Makes sense. This is the set aside hatred, that phrase specifically, I guess. I have to set aside my hatred right now, I just need to focus. Right click it now. It doesn't matter how you click them, I always left click them. Apparently, doing the pop quiz unlocks more bonus content such as side stories, though. And, while I'm not going to look any further into it, apparently there's a Labyrinth Easter egg. Not even kidding. Not talking about the game Labyrinth, talking about an actual maze, apparently. But I'm not even kidding. There's apparently a Labyrinth Easter egg. Okay, so I assume all the outcomes are the same since we got to the end of the game. We're just making sure we pick the right choices. Tenno 1910B. Tenno 1910. Okay. I'm selecting other things. I'm actively making sure we pick the right choices. Yeah, see, we picked a try anything funny. We should have picked, like, apparently the path is just always the forgive mercy options, so, like, the least antagonistic. The elevator with Gaius. Oh, Grim too, okay. Oh, sorry, you're asking May, not me. Gotcha. Totally gotcha. Don't have to. It's not that you don't want to pull the trigger. It's that you can't, yeah, okay. So that probably just keeps going. Still traumatized, yep, the same stuff in there, okay. Yeah, no, I got you, but a second too late. But I got you. Just make sure it says B. Jack 1930. What? There's no Jack 1930C. Okay. If it meant 1920 and it was a typo, then we have picked C. Is that a multi-level one? I doubt it would mean 1905, but I'm gonna make this one C too, as long as it doesn't break the story. And then we'll see. No, I don't think that one matters. Whereas this one... Oh, the decision's called Revenge or Mission. It's gotta be the one I was talking about. And yeah, we picked the right one here for that, clearly. Just making sure. Choose, yeah, we did that. Okay. Alright. Oh, there's an extra line coming off it, yep. Okay. Cool. Now I won't look anything else up. It isn't Canada. Where is it gonna deviate? I assume Osawa doesn't get shot, right? Like, since we've chosen the peaceful options, tensions aren't as high, we don't shoot, she doesn't get her gun back. I'm assuming, but like I don't know. Don't get any closer. What happened to Canada? Doesn't matter, she won't tell you. Turn your question around. Thank you for I'm glad you let me know, Potions, there was a true ending. Thankfully, they kind of pointed out in the trophy, which I would have checked anyway, but it's really good to know. Think about what? What do you think happened to Canada? You killed her. What was that? You killed her. Ah, that's fine. He's provoking me. I do like how the whole linchpin for this not being a complete success was absolutely just Tama. Also prepared to sacrifice herself. The heart thudded furiously. That's gonna mean nothing. Yeah, and they even left that trailing line off it, like, you clever bastards. Then the Tenno subversion. Just how long they've been there, yeah, that's... Finally, Alfred tossed the gun. Okay. Remove the detonator. Yep, not my policy to exist when things are hopeless. This is for my brother. No, except you're not gonna shoot, thankfully. I'm gonna say, I'll probably look up a guide on how to get the bad ends. But we should probably do the pop quizzes and the bad ends on another, like, casual night and be like, we were committed to this, let's see more of the stuff. I do want to platinum it eventually. I'll do it off camera if I have to, but like, I'll probably look up a list just to speed things up, but like, we'll get the bad ends, we'll platinum it. It's accomplished, yes, keep it as worst level possible. Don't do this. Stay back. I'm assuming this is about where things might change. I don't care, I want to shoot the shoot. Yes, I do. Time to grip. This bit's the same. Maria made her decision. We get to choose. We have to pick A, right? We have to pick A. Like, yeah. We have to. We know what B is. Maria's anger dissipated like smoke in a sudden wind. The tension seeped from her body, and she carefully lowered the gun. "What's the matter?" Alfred smirked. "Why won't you shoot?" Her eyes blazed with contempt for Maria's naivete. No. I'm not being naive, Maria told herself. Do unto others as they have done to you. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. What does this recurring pattern of retribution really accomplish? It's just an endless cycle of hatred. That's why I'm not going to fight. Because I'm not like Canada. Tears flooded from her eyes. I'm not like Canada. But people who are different can still be friends. I'm going to honor our friendship by not taking revenge. No matter what happens, I'm not going to hurt anyone, Maria said. Maybe that's not very realistic, but this is my fight, and I'll fight the way I choose. She wiped away her tears. For the first time, Maria felt that she understood Canada. If she'd been able to see her just one more time, she would have been able to speak her mind without fear. I could show Canada the true me, and maybe then we would be friends for real. But that wasn't going to happen. Not anymore. Maria handed the gun to Teteno, then looked up at the nighttime sky. So I assume everything else plays out the same. But Osawa didn't get shot, and even if that's the only change, cool, I'm glad we did it. In the distance, she could faintly hear the sound of police sirens. Not one star could be seen in the sky over Shibuya. Yeah, not getting Osawa killed, even if that's the only change, it was worth doing it. But there might be more, we don't know. Yeah, the black car of foreigners makes a rival. I assume this is the same. Superior Gordon, fuse men followed promptly. Well done. I have to assume Stanley doesn't know. Like, since we've played as Stanley before and we've seen into, like, his thought process, he clearly doesn't know. Which makes it even worse. Like, if he ever finds out, he's gonna be broken. Like, ugh. So we can buy the bow. Good luck, bro. I hope so. I hope so. I mean, the Dark Knight weapon looks pretty cool. I can go buy it if you want. I'll go buy it off the market bar, and you can just buy the bow. Or I can just buy you the bow. I have millions of gills sitting around, and I honestly am not using it. If you really want it, I'll gladly do it. Which I should have said before you went through all that work. I absolutely would have. I'm sorry, I should have... I thought you were going to craft it yourself, and like, I am so on board with the, like, I have to craft this myself. Like, that's what I do. Like, if I had known you were just going to sell it from the start, I would have been like, yeah, I'll just... If it hasn't sold by the time I'm done, I'll just buy it off there. Right in the middle of your first prey. Oh, I'm sorry. What was that just now? Teteno asked Stanley. My boss. Yeah, of course. You will, huh? Teteno frowned. Yeah. They put a stop to Alfred's plan, and they saved Maria's life. Which they did, yeah. Bo was 1.5. Alright. Kano, Suzune, Katone. Teteno pictured all of their faces as new to it, right? Perhaps in the end, he'd managed to become worthy of their respect. It's all over, Stanley spoke under his breath. His gaze locked on the car, taking Alfred away. The black cloud that hung over his heart had yet to lift. But he knew that today was the day he could finally put revenge aside. No longer would memories of his brother bring only sorrow. This will do, won't it, Frank? so we're clearly getting at least a few other little scenes. Abruptly, Maria's cell phone rang in Stanley's pocket. Oh yeah, that's right. I really wanted to know who was on that phone. I meant to give this back to you. He handed the phone to Maria, and since she's not in shock from her father getting shot, she can pick it up. It's gonna be Canada, right? I wonder who's calling. Maria picked up. Like, it's 100% Canada. She could hardly believe it when she heard the voice on the line. Who else would be calling her? Brisk yet girlish, with a daredevil ring, a voice that had been burned into her mind since the day she had met its owner. No, it can't be. She had been sure she'd never hear that voice again. In an instant, Maria's face was damp with tears of joy. Thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness. Canada. Ooh, just barely still 4:28. Maria couldn't hold... Oh wait, no, good 24, not 20. But it's almost the end of the hour, 3 minutes worth the hour. Maria couldn't hold back her sobs. I don't know why I thought 20 was the end of things. This is the end of the game, but the tears kept coming and coming. She had never wept with joy like this in her life. Yeah, I don't know how much will change over here, but... Yeah, I didn't put that together, but I think Ramen did? That the game title is the date. Yeah. Because you see it here. Or you see it somewhere. There's somebody made a mention of the date before. Yeah. Yeah. Also allowed to fix it. Yep, we got this before. They definitely mentioned it, but I glossed over it, but other people didn't. Yep, timer had stopped. I really don't know what'll change over here, but like, we gotta let it go. Before we found out the date, I was like, oh, maybe it's like the police code for like kidnapping or something. Yep, Susumu passed the reins, heck yeah. Fist bump again. Picture time. Minoru is absolutely going to get the scoop of the century, though. If he gets even half the info from the story actually there, like, yeah. Yeah, Clockman. Apparently, they still haven't finished their copy, but you know, I'm glad. Wake up. Oh, absolutely. But he's going to wake up successful, too. He will have done what he set out to do. The one thing he promised, and saw it through. Well, he promised 2 things, I guess, and he saw both of them through eventually. We did get to see the Hitomi smile again. Oh, he'll absolutely work through it, yeah. Or maybe he'll take 1 day of rest. That would be earned, for sure. Pointed away, yeah, that too. Yeah, not bad to see smile and optimism restored again. Yeah, sans the dead father. It's better, yeah. And knowing Canada's alive. I wouldn't be surprised if we got another after credit scene too, which means we might have to watch the credits again. That's how it goes. They weren't overly long. Like, as far as credits go, they really weren't overly long. Double Dragoon after all this set. That's something stupid they did? College is doing something stupid. Who would have thought? Sorry to hear that something stupid has been done, though. Oh, we get to hear the call. Ah, Rumi, hello. There was no response. Do they have a bad connection? Hello? Rumi, are you there? Can you hear me? Look, the case is closed now. If you're still somewhere close to Shibuya, I'd love to see you if I can. You want to see me, huh? Don't you have a mountain of paperwork you should be doing first? Oh, hey. The gruff voice was Shizuo's. Oh. Well, you see, Father, I told you not to call me that. Shizuo barked so loudly over the phone that Kano's ear rang. Right, no, of course. And yes, I'll do my job. I just wanted to check in and make sure that Rumi was alright. Looks like I misjudged you. Maybe you are the kind of guy who will blow off work to go meet with a girl. Dad, hey! Kano heard Rumi's voice cry out with exasperation. Come on, let me have my phone. I know that work is important, sir, Kano said hurriedly, but Rumi is even more important to me. He felt his panic rising. After all that had happened, he didn't want Shizuo to end up with a bad impression. Oh, be quiet. If you want to see Rumi, you can do it once you finish your work. Well, but I'm not sure when that's going to be. I waited on you today a lot longer than I wanted, so at this point, I don't care how long it takes you. We can wait all night if we have to. Shizuo let out a peculiar sigh. And then you and I can talk again about you marrying my daughter. Huh? Before Kano could be sure he heard that right, Shizuo hung up. Huh? What? He stared at the phone, his mind reeling. And then he was hit with a veritable explosion of joy. Yes! Oh, Kano. Kano leapt into the air and shouted with delight, his voice echoing through the Shibuya streets. He earned that, yeah. Whew. Oh man, yeah, these two need closure too. Once the crowd had put Aki back down on his feet, he rushed over to Hitomi. So, Hitomi. Oh, we get the song playing too? Yes? Hitomi, there's so much stuff I want to talk to you about. So many things I want to tell you. He gazed into her face. But, Suzune... He didn't know how to continue. Hitomi smiled warmly. She understood. Go on, Aki. Go see your sister. There's nobody here in trouble that you need to rescue now. Thank you. I better get going then, to see Suzune. Aki broke away from his circle of friends and headed out of the Shibuya Scramble. Strangely enough, his leg didn't hurt too much now. Despite all that had happened, he felt invigorated, as if he was just walking to a brand new day. Aki, Hitomi called after him. I will see you again, won't I? Aki nodded vigorously. Of course. Just come to Shibuya. You'll find me. Oh, absolutely gotta salute the trash man. He'd been born and raised in Shibuya, but after today, he loved the place more than ever. That one blimp still up there. That was good. That's good. Online conference type, understandable. 15 minutes before lab on 2 different days. Oh, yeah. That's kind of... yeah, no worries. That does suck, and hopefully a quick call will fix that. I hope. I really hope. I'm glad we did the true end. There's no Mr. Bossman post-credit scene. If there's no. Oh, gotcha. Oh yeah, let me just refund the game after that, sure. Yeah, you'd think you have to have a place to do it. Yeah. This was supposed to be a one-off joke of like, tee-hee, look, it's a visual novel, but it's got live action. Isn't that weird? Like, damn, though. But it turned into one of those games where it's like, no, we gotta play more, we gotta play more, we gotta play more, we gotta play more. It's good. It hooked us with the bit of drama, good writing, it reeled us way the hell in with the comedy, and then it started punching us with the feels, and it's like, we're on this train to the end. Oh, yeah. Some games just catch you off guard, man. I'm glad I found it. I'm glad it went on sale for a drastic price reduction like a week after I watched that video and started keeping an eye out for it. It's insane. It's crazy the way things lined up. But it lined up, because, like, if I knew then what I know now, I'd say it's worth $50, for sure. Absolutely, I'd be like, yeah, no, it's totally worth the $50 price tag. But for a one-off probable joke, $24, $25 was much more reasonable. But, like, if I had known, I'd be like, yeah, no, it's worth the 50. 100% worth the 50. No contest. But, like, how could we have known? It was supposed to be just like a tee, look, isn't it kind of goofy? But it hooked us all. It hooked all of us. Like, I feel like we all ended that first night, like, oddly invested. It feels punched like Tama and Miku, yeah. They got review bombed there, because initially they only released episodes 6 and 13 of the other episodes? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, Jude. Not much I could do about it either, but also sorry. All up there now, though. I'm gonna have to look to see if you can do a watch party for anime. I know you can for movies. I'll look it up after this and at least let you guys know before stream time tomorrow. Because if we can't, I'm gonna go acquire it myself. I know you can for movies, I don't know, and like, I'll gladly pay for a month of Amazon Prime. And like, there's limitations on it. We won't be able to do alerts and stuff like that, but I feel like it'll be worth it to watch that. Well, okay, knowing normal TV shows work bodes well. For sure. Because I wasn't sure about that. I knew movies, and that was all I knew. There will be limitations. We won't be able to do... I'll be able to read the chat, but we won't be able to display it here. We won't be able to do any type of alerts or anything. They have strict limitations, which is why I haven't done it before, even though I'd love to. While I've got the Prime, we might do other ones that I just like. I love Sweeney Todd, and I want to watch it, damn it. But the anime would be very tempting. Don't know what the outcome was. Okay. Gordon Alfred sat in the back seat. Yeah, I hadn't even thought that since she saved her life earlier, she'd have access. Arrested by the police. We'll get him anyway. Tee-hee-hee. Twirl mustache evilly. Doesn't have a mustache, but he would if he could. You really got yourself back to a corner. Yeah, she still has the blood. Doesn't change that. So this was all set in motion because Kenji Osawa didn't want to go to America. That is 100% the crux of this game. Kenji Osawa went, nah, I'm gonna stay in Japan. That was the whole reason for this. And America went, huh, no. No is not an answer. Oh, okay. This is new. This is movement and new. Just casually bringing her through, you know. But yeah, this is a lot. Definitely the most we've seen at one time. Oh, that would be actual Canada, right? Just chilling in the hallway. We never saw her full face, but we saw like the blonde hair of that hairstyle. Did they give her another gun? They gave her another gun. What part of that car ride made them go, yeah, we should give her another gun. She might need it. Like, they're definitely going to end this on cliffhanger because they're evil. But also, hell yeah. If any of the party members had killed Canada, or killed fake... God damn it. If any of the party members had confronted fake Canada, like... Game. Well, thankfully, there's an anime with her name as the title. Oh, this is different. Black bookmark. Okay. Yeah, oh, for sure it is. Oh. Oh, man.
パスコードが変えられている。解放戦線を裏切ったのか。目的となる貨物車両を3両。警報は解除したんじゃないのか。定か、そちらの進行。潜入経路に問題はない。みんな黙らせていいんだよ。彼女の専門が暗号を破る。それ以外。
Okay.
待て。渋谷の文字はお前とは相性が悪いみたいだ。
Okay. Canada preview added to the bonus content. Final curtain, trophy obtained. Review the true ending. Well, that has absolutely been a ride. I'll probably give it a little bit of time so we can play some other games. I do plan on still streaming more of this in a casual setting of trying to get the platinum. I feel like unlocking side stories from Pop Quiz sounds super fun. I feel like the platinum is achievable and something I want to get. Even if we don't stream it, I'm gonna get it, but it sounds like people have at least some passing interest in watching that, so I will gladly stream it. Probably the earliest I'd say is a week from today. I could do it some on Wednesday maybe, but I feel like Sunday's a good plan for it right now. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching, for this whole wild ride. If there's anybody, people have come here from the YouTube video. Not many, but people are clearly watching it. If you're watching this on YouTube, thanks for joining on the ride too. Obviously all the people in Twitch chat here. Holy crap. Yes, you do, Potions, obviously. Everybody's gotta go sleep. I'm not even gonna do a raid or anything, I'm starving, I need to go too. But like, thank you. I'm glad you guys all really enjoyed this as well. Like, I would have kept playing it on my off time, because I was hooked after that first night, but it was way more fun playing it together, as it were. And things like Potions calling things early, Ramen picking up on the date, Ramen saving my butt when I don't know the way forward, all people in chat, like, giving their opinions on what decision we should make. It's been a great time. I would normally, right now, go through all the stuff for the rest of the week. It's all on the Discord. I'm tired. You're tired. We got ourselves a monster. We got ourselves a quote. We got ourselves a Discord. And... you know what? Damn it, I was going to do that one, Grim. There you go. That's how I was going to end it too. Grim read my mind. Potions is a prophet, Grim Psychic. This has been Viper S for Viperland. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. See you all next time.